Right. G'day, legends. I hope that you're really, really well. We do have some major strikes going on right now. Wait for some people to enter the chat and then we will further discuss it. Yeah, human voicemail, you are first. G'day, guys. So as you can see, just as we logged off, we have had some major strikes on Tel Aviv. Right. Here we go. The boys are in the chat. So what we are seeing is major strikes in Tel Aviv. There's been multiple impacts. Coffee was good. As soon as I logged off, basically, we have seen more strikes then occurring. We can see some of the footage here. There's been 3 confirmed impacts so far. So this is above Israel, what we're doing. So, legends, remember, as you've entered, hit like, leave a comment, the usual stuff. Of course, we've logged off, logged back on. So just give us a hand in the algorithm. Give us a minute before some more people get in too. Yes. So the usual stuff, hit like, get the chat. We'll go. So you can see Tel Aviv a few minutes ago. We have multiple impacts happening now. Someone says, thank you for going live. No worries about going live at all. I missed it. I was sitting at a cafe and then someone messaged me and goes, things are going down, man. Where are you? How many rounds? I don't know how many rounds it has been so far. So we can see, where was it? The Haifa power plant has been struck, which is in northern Israel. Where's that? It must have been deleted. So that's what we got an hour ago. We can see these are launches. This is in Iran. This is Iran where they've launched those then ballistic missiles. So, yeah, it is crazy, crazy times. We have the first donation from Harry Cook. Thank you, brother. First one, and I know you've donated multiple times. My coffee and coffee hang was really good. Went with one of my best mates. He's a very busy guy too. So that was good. So we have launches of ballistics. So these is over Israel tonight. Iranian missiles raining down on Israel. Has war been declared? No, I have not seen that war has been declared. I've heard some people say that, but I haven't seen that. Right, guys, we have 600 viewers, but only 100 likes. Make sure you hit like when you click on the video. That helps us bump our way up the algorithm, so we can have more people in. So this is currently over Israel. So we have Tel Aviv in the center, or up Haifa area in the north, and down around Gaza, Sderot, Beersheba area down in the south. So the whole area going crazy. Benny K, Willie on the spot, like always. Cheers, legend, mate. No worries whatsoever. I appreciate that. So lots going on. Someone asked, do I sleep? Not really. So you can see there are a number of interceptions, but you can see there are a number of strikes too. So every time you watch the video, watch different ones coming in. You can see that there are multiple coming through as well. Maddie says, wait, that's laughable that war hasn't been declared. There's 100% of war with or without declaration. People are so silly. Yeah, but it's just how this happens, that the last declaration of wars are decades ago. So this is Haifa. Haifa is in the north. There's massive ports in Haifa. Actually, maybe this is Tel Aviv. He's re-updated it. But regardless, in Haifa, there are many ports. You can see the strike there. So keep an eye. The easiest way is just to watch the video multiple times and keep an eye on one or two different ones. So look at this Iranian rocket right where my cursor is at the moment and track that down. Oh my God. Sorry, that's my bad. We're talking this one here. Oh, no, sorry, over here. And you can see a strike on an area there. What is struck? We don't know. So explosions in Zanjan in Iran. So there are multiple strikes currently going on. Again, for those who have just got in here, these were the launches coming from Iran. So, someone said last time we chatted, and I see it all over Twitter and Telegram and whatever, saying Iran has no missiles, they're unable to get any away. And what you see is things like this. And this is obvious that they are still able to get missiles away. And you'll see then the pro-Iranian accounts saying that what has been used up so far isn't the high-end bits of equipment. And I have some guys on the back end who are saying very similar too. Maddie says, can you see US being deployed into air combat missions within Iraq within 2 weeks? Iran in 2 weeks. Mate, I would not be surprised if we saw American bombers dropping munitions. As well as, how are you going to know if it is a B-2 that's dropping, a stealth B-21 Raider or B-2 Spirit? How are you going to know if that's dropping stuff and not F-15s? Cynthia Gamez, thank you for the donation as well. Let me just go back to, we'll scroll up a bit and have a look and see if any of this has then reloaded. The footage I can't find is of Haifa. So missiles were launched from the Iranian city of Kashan towards Israel. So more missiles now. So I'm not sure how many have actually been launched at this point. I will monitor some other pages and just see. I'm just going to be on my phone for a second looking at stuff. I wanted to see, there's that footage of in Haifa, there is the power plant there that has been hit. Central Tel Aviv has had strikes. Remember that it was very, very quiet. It was very quiet all morning. We started streaming at about 5:30 this morning, went to about 10 a.m., maybe quarter to 10 my time, and it was very quiet. We said eerily quiet. Heavy, nothing ever happens until Willie stops streaming. Yes, Heavy, you are completely correct. Alan O'Donnell, thank you for becoming a Mega Willie member. Right, remember guys, hit like when you come into the chat as well. Thank you for all the support as well. So there is a lot going on. I'm just trying to get my head around this. I logged off my phone for about 45 minutes. I was out having a coffee with one of my mates and I saw it and then came back. Dom T says, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if Israel sues for peace, but in a face-saving way, Trump has given Israel an off-ramp. I don't think there is an off-ramp for Israel, because any off-ramp for Israel is going to result in Iran then expediting their nuclear weapons development 100%. Okay, drone sirens in northern Israel. You can see this is in central Tel Aviv. Smoke rising, something has been struck there. Thank you, Dom, for the donation. And Trouble Actual, thank you for becoming a member of our Willy Club. And TJ says, Willie goes for coffee and Iran launches missiles. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, maybe they're just sitting there and monitoring, like, right, he's offline, go, go, go. Like when Hamas shot a rocket directly, basically directly at my live camera back when we were in Sderot. This is the bit of footage I wanted to show you before. So this is Haifa. This is the power plant in Haifa. This is where I was staying. When my last trip to Israel, I was in northern Israel. So I was staying in Haifa before I moved further north to Kiryat Shmona. But this is where I was looking. I was looking directly over this power plant. So, yeah, we just had a strike in here. As far as what damage, again, we don't know. But what you need to remember too is the kinetic energy of these weapons is massive as well. Okay, there's further images coming out now of then that power plant too. So we'll reload AMK and Ozin. If there's anything you guys see that I'm not seeing, please let me know and I will then bring it up. I'm doing my best. I monitor on the screen here is just what I'm showing you. But then I'm also monitoring on my phone a number of other pages, and I'll bring that up if needed. So dozens of ballistic missiles were launched from Iran in the recent barrages. Impacts identified in northern central Israel. Numerous civilians are being treated. So, Yeah, and what time is it at the moment? So it's early morning, I know that. Tel Aviv time, 4:40 a.m. It's a couple of hours till sun comes up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more. Let's see what the Iranian page is saying. Footage of impacts is going to start coming through in a second. Yeah, right. Okay, there's a lot of footage that I'll expect to go up in the next 5 minutes of multiple strikes in northern and central Israel. The Haifa power plant is currently on fire from what we are seeing too. Dom says, or asks, how much appetite will civilians in Israel put up with? Israel is literally emptying out. Most Israelis have 2 passports. Yes, a lot of Israelis are dual citizens. I believe it's the state with the most dual citizens in the world. And after 18 months of war and the effect on the population and economy too, I don't know how much further appetite there is actually going to be. That is a question we bring up all the time. Is war like this, at the end of the day, is a test of the civilians' appetite for war. But don't underestimate how much they can go through too. We spoke about this. I remember people said in the early days of Russia-Ukraine that the civilians in Russia, once the sanctions get hit, that they won't put up with it. Well, what have we seen 3 years later? Same with the bombing campaigns into Ukraine. Scotty Griffin says, you're right, it was too quiet. Yeah, Scott, that's what I said. I said it was too quiet. And what we know is one of the lessons I try and teach on warfare is it needs to be pressure. It needs to be pressure politically, pressure tactically, and pressure strategically as well. And that needs to get changed into successive and simultaneous. So it needs to be night after night after night. And I am very surprised the lack of follow-on Israeli attacks. Yes, there has been Israeli attacks following that opening 24 hours. But I'm very surprised there wasn't a lot following. Like day 1 was massive, day 2 was 50% less, and day 3, day 4 have been significantly less. What actually was very surprising. I thought it would ramp a lot. Maybe it will ramp. Maybe Israel is seeing what they can do in the opening of the war and then see if they can get a political way out or bring the US in before ramping. But still, if it can't ramp up, I don't know how much more success it's actually going to have. They're probably expecting direct USA support. This is one of the things, is as I've said, as I don't know if Israel can fully destroy the nuclear facilities in Iran without US support. Going on sheer basic numbers. So if we look at penetration capability of the Israeli bunker busters versus the depth of the Iranian bunkers, it doesn't seem so. Yes, there can be repeated strikes in similar locations, but I don't know to what capacity successive strikes are going to have on these bunkers 100 meters under, because of course it's going to start backfilling on itself as it digs out. So I don't know. Each strike in the same location is going to have reduced effectiveness. So I don't know. There's no ground war mostly. They're special forces, Mossad and Iran. Yes, there is, but that can only ever do so much also. Dom T, thank you for becoming an average Willy member. We appreciate that. So we have here, these are, of course, Iranian missiles being fired towards Israel at the moment. Yeah. Chris says, do you think Israel is regretting this? I don't know. I think there'd be a difference in between the Israeli government and maybe the citizens. I think a lot of citizens be going, we've really gone to a point of no return, as per the title of this video, is if Israel is not able to dismantle the Iranian nuclear complexes, that's a really serious outcome. So you can see the sun is starting to come up very early morning. I believe it's like 4:50 in the morning. So missiles from Isfahan towards Israel too. Is there any way you could see this turning into a ground war? Yeah, there is. But the ground war, if it turns into a ground war, I don't think it'll be Israeli ground forces. I think it'll be American ground forces. I think that's unlikely, but you never know. Reports of a large number of US refueling tankers heading east towards Europe. Wouldn't be surprised. There's been a lot of US, German tankers in the skies, then refueling Israeli planes while claiming that they don't have any involvement in the war. Right, there are collapsed buildings in Tel Aviv. So there's some footage coming out. I just want to just wait. Let me watch it on my phone and then I'll share with you. Welcome back, Willie. How's your coffee? Very good. Caught up with my mate. So you can see this is one of the problems. You can see in Haifa, you can see air defense literally looking like a machine gun, just rattling off intercepting rockets. And what we know is there is a worldwide shortage of air defense missiles too. So let's jump IMK. He's the one that just shared. Actually, no, he didn't. Let me find this footage somewhere else at the moment. I'll just leave you on this. And Scotty, welcome to the Mega Willy. Sure, this footage will be shared any minute now, but there are direct strikes on Haifa as well as Tel Aviv. And of course, a number of interceptions. What we'll be looking for is to try and get an idea of how many interceptions there are as well, because it'll give us this idea of how many are actually getting through the air defense too. Israeli pages all now sharing, do not film during rocket sirens, do not film interceptions or impacts. So yeah, Israel again saying do not film any of this. Search and rescue teams are working in Tel Aviv. Right, I just want to go back to me so I can just refresh these and have a look at what's going on. Right, nothing new on that page. Just give me a second. So I don't know where this is. Jesus. So we have footage like this too. This gives you an idea just how quickly some of these are then entering. Look at the speed, unbelievable fast of one of these direct impacts. And then I believe this is above Haifa. Yes, it is. This is Haifa. You can see down to the middle here, you can see the power plant. So you can see the interceptors going off from the power plant here. See them going out, rattling off. So that's like 6, 7, 8. So multiple interceptors going up. And I believe we see some direct impacts here too. There we go, 2 direct. 1, yeah, 2 on the power plant. So right there, as you can see. Decoy missiles, 500. Yeah, this is the thing. His air defense is so expensive compared to what is coming in for a lot of this. And the thing is, it is going to be a race of who runs out of stuff first. And Israel will be trying to target as many of these Iranian missiles in Iran before they're in the air. Once they're in the air, it's very hard. There we go. 1, 2. Oh, who just messaged me? Okay, so heaps of US tankers currently heading east. We'll see. Epic Fail says, thanks for your objective work, man. From a veteran to a veteran, may God help civilians on both countries. Thank you, mate. Yes, that's something we need to remember is people caught up in this, a lot of them are just civilians. And there's a lot of indiscriminate targeting too. So, yeah, just we still need to remain a humanity too. Chris Elliott says, think any hits on IDF air bases not being reported? Mate, potentially. Informational war is part of war and a very, very important part of war. And if it was, they'll do their very best to keep a lid on that too. Now, Legends, just for me, to help me out, we have 3,000 viewers, but only 600 likes. Just, it's nothing. It costs you nothing. Nothing changes. Just on the video, just click like, the little thumbs up thing. That helps me bump up the algorithm a heap. So do that. Leave a comment. Again, doesn't cost you anything, but helps me out massively, okay? Helps us reach new people as well. So people saying don't panic about the strikes in northern Israel on the power plant from Israeli pages. Thanks, boys, for the likes. Yeah, I saw it just jump up by 300, so that's awesome. Connor says, do you think US NATO is currently overstretched with Iran, Ukraine, Indo-Pacific? Do you think this might embolden China? Look, they're not overstretched at the moment. If Indo-Pacific kicked off, it could be. And this is why many are saying if China was to make a move, now could be the time. So we'll see. Thank you, Connor, for the donation. And thank you, Lancer, as well. Says, how critical is the power plant for energy supply? Very critical. And very critical to desalination. Someone said yesterday, or maybe the day before, Israel has the largest amount of desalination, I believe, per capita in the world. Desalination, of course, turning salt water into fresh water. Desalination, the reason it's not very popular, uses a absolutely huge amount of electricity. So power plants, of course, are massive for that. So let's jump back on AMK, see what is then being said at the moment about any of these further attacks. So again, this is Haifa. The speed is unbelievable on some of these coming in. So you see from left, top left to bottom right of your screen in a second, right there. Again, I wonder if someone who's good enough at maths could actually work out the speed of impact from this, if it's enough footage, given frame rate. You probably need something to measure the distance off. See that? This is from AMK mapping, who again, guys, if you haven't, please go and follow AMK. He's been putting in massive hours. It's great to see he's had huge growth on his channel as well. So according to updated information, there's been only 8 confirmed impacts on Israel, 4 in Haifa, 2 which impacted the power plant, and 4 in Tel Aviv, 3 of which impacted the city centre. So by confirmed numbers, there has been 8 hits. I'll just click back onto my face for a second just so I can monitor another page. Again, this is just so we don't bring up anything. Several people apparently lightly injured. Okay, back to this. We'll keep monitoring the situation. As Posmo says, these ballistic missiles re-enter the atmosphere at Mark 9 or 10. Yes. So we know that for a fact. The ballistics re-enter the atmosphere at 9 or 10, Mark 9, 10, but their actual speed of which impacting is much, much slower than that. Denomoto, thanks for coming actually back into the chat. I saw you this morning as well. I think Iran would have been wise to develop some anti-satellite weaponry out of the S-300 platform. Or they could have developed a domestic system. Some of those US military satellites are critical. Yeah, the satellite issue is huge. The problem is, can someone actually give me an idea of how many missiles got fired? The problem with hitting satellites is someone will tell me the theory, at least behind if satellites start breaking up in orbit, what can then occur is that it takes out all the other satellites as well due to like the space junk all flying around at 20 k's a second. So you can end up like locked. So AMK says 100. So yeah, we're talking 8, say, confirmed around that 8 to 10%. Oh no, AMK said it sounds like less than 30 ballistics were launched. He says 30. So this is what we went over yesterday in the video, guys. We went over it yesterday too. What we said was by confirmed launches and strikes, we had around about a 10%, where if we have 30 launched and 8 that have confirmed to have hit somewhere, we're talking significantly more. We're talking 30%. And this is what we may see as we see further degradation of air defenses. Can someone please tell me the Kessler effect in space? Thank you. That's the effect I was trying to think of. So, yeah, a lot of footage of a lot of big buildings in Tel Aviv have been brought down. And we're seeing footage now of the burning power plant in Haifa. I'll show you that once it's available, and I'll release it on here. So multiple residential multi-story buildings have been struck in Tel Aviv too. Left Coast Over. G'day, mate. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for the donation. US aircraft carrier strike, Nimitz leaving Malaysia this morning, headed to the Med and leaving South China Sea vulnerable. Multiple US C-17 Globemasters have been seen on Skyglass transporters in Iran. Okay, I haven't seen any of the C-17s actually in Iran, but thank you for all the information as well. Yeah, we know US is mobilizing a number of naval assets to respond in this situation as well, or in this part of the world. Thank you for subscribing to AMK Mapping, guys. As well, remember, we have 3,300 viewers, but only 1,300 likes. Costs you nothing, but helps me a lot. Just hit the thumbs up thing, and we are good to go from there. Okay, let me just refresh on here. I just go back to my face for a second just to get an idea of what we're going to be looking at, as I can't guarantee exactly what's going to pop up first. And Posmo, I'll get to yours right now. Okay, I'll read Posmo's one. Older Iranian missiles break apart. They were never designed for these ranges. They're an upscaled Scud. Newer ones designed 900 miles, and their warheads are optimized, retain high velocity, probably Mark 5 or 7 on impact. Can you post a link in the chat for the channel name AMK What? Yeah, okay. The best way would be just on Telegram or on YouTube. I'll show you on YouTube, on Instagram. No, Instagram. What is this? This is Twitter, X. Just type in AMK_mapping. He shares a lot of everything, to be honest. So that, yeah, follow that. And then we're going over his and then open source int as well. Right. Let me have a look and see if anything else has been updated on some of these pages. Well, just look on. I will bring it up on the screen. Just give me a minute. So this is Tel Aviv. There's extensive damage throughout Tel Aviv, as you can see. So a lot of damage. You can see where there's been impact on this building here. Of course, in Israel, they have very, very high building standards as well due to risk of missiles. And then you can see, though, a lot of that building standard, though, was off more weapon systems from down in the south and other groups rather than like ballistic missiles like this. So we can see the damage like this. This is in Tel Aviv at the moment. Very, very large damage, and there's rescue crews on site. Posmo says, when we see most of these missiles break up, it's not from interception. It's these older missiles breaking apart, operating as decoys, essentially. And, of course, you don't know if it's going to break up or not, so there's a lot of interceptors fired. And as we say, one of the big things here is going to be the who can remain the longest of interceptors or then offensive system. So it is very much very concerning. All right, we'll come back in a second. Remember, I'll just go into my face for a minute, and then I will show you any footage we have now. Okay, the Israeli pages is now refusing. They're not posting impact videos yet. So just give me a second. So what we know is that Israel officially has been saying don't take any footage and release it. Now, Ausint Defender, this is what we were speaking about just before. While a major military air uplift appears to be underway, unprecedented number of US KC-135, KC-46 aerial refueling tankers departed from air bases across the United States, appearing to prepare to cross the Atlantic towards Europe. Okay? So again, we will see what becomes. But we know US, they have been refueling as well as supplying a lot of ISR also. So many people calling for more strikes against Iranian economic targets such as oil and gas. So some Telegram channels are reporting 30 launches with 8 or 9 impacts. Yes, they're the figures I'm seeing currently, which is a concerning amount that are getting through. It's a very concerning amount because that's gone up from 10% to 30%. Right, I'm just clicked off for a minute. Just have a look at some more. See if any footage has currently been released. You never know. We could get, we may get a second launches too. Right, just going to go back and look at. Remember, just on my face for a minute while I just assess the footage before we actually, before I can show it to you on here. So I'm just bringing up the oil prices too, just to get an idea, see what impact it's going to have. So a lot of pages following Israel's demands and not sharing footage at this point in time. But I'll find it for you. It will be released. People can't help but film when stuff's going on. So if you're new in here, if you're new to the chat, remember guys, please hit like as you come in. Please leave a comment. The things that help me in the algorithm, which I get pounded by the algorithm because I'm not just propaganda activist. Somewhat try and be objective. I'm not going to appeal to just keeping you happy. So I get smashed, but hit like and then leave a chat too. So the faster the chat's going and the more likes, we bump up the algorithm and release, reasonable information. Alonzo Artaga said, how many days do you think both sides can keep up the high intensity attacks? At this rate, the odds are getting higher of US intervention. Yes, the longer this goes on, the more likely, the more chances there are of further US intervention. And we know, as I've been saying, by the current weapon systems that we know Israel has, we don't think that they could actually penetrate some of these nuclear facilities. So I think there is a reliance on US intervention at some point. And what I've said is, if those facilities then aren't dismantled, we know exactly the weapons those facilities are going to produce following this. Whether they were trying to produce them beforehand, that's up for debate. Some were saying they were just nuclear facilities. But if they, even at the very best, they were just nuclear facilities, I can guarantee what they're going to try and create next. How long can they actually keep these up for? Again, that is a difficult question to answer. We don't know how many missiles Iran had or how many have been blown up. We also can't get an idea of how many interceptors that Israel has fired yet, or how many they can be replaced. But things, your high altitude stuff, your atmospheric things like THAADs and other sling systems, blah, 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 not many of them can actually be made. So yeah, it is a big issue. And as we know, there have been strikes in Haifa. Now, some have said that this was video of 2 days old, but all their pages sharing it, like even pro-Israeli pages, they're saying this is new. So let me know. So yeah, they have 25 to 50,000 missiles, yes. But what we don't know is a lot of those, we don't know massive stockpiles of those went bang the other day too. So again, we will see. But I don't know, you can leave in the chat if you believe that the US will get involved militarily or not. Remember, everything that comes in or out costs a lot of money. At the end of the day, war over a long point of time has two major factors. It's the motivation of your population, both civil and military, and the stability of your economy too. That's why we say potential or warfighting potential is based on population and GDP. Warren Sheffer, get well soon, Willie. Interesting videos of my American tax dollars at work. Which way? Both ways, somewhat you're paying for. Anyway, a very expensive fireworks show. Well, at least the Iranians are paying for their side of this disgrace. To a degree, not back in the day too. But Warren, thank you, mate. I really appreciate this. Your donation, man. That helps out a hell of a lot. So let me just go back onto my head just for a minute, and then I'll show you more. Actually, I never got an answer from the chat. Was this new footage or old footage? Everyone's sharing this as far as new footage, but I can't tell. Also, what do you think the odds are of potential false flags also? Since when does public opinion matter? Public opinion matters a lot in democracies and people's willingness to fight too. So some people saying old, okay. Some saying new. Benny Verhoeven, thank you for becoming a level 3 Mega Willy. Right. Updated information, no. Just give me a minute and then I will. So yeah, there's a lot of pages who are, as per usual, saying don't post any impact footage. Remember, we've seen things like in Ukraine and Russia where it becomes highly, highly illegal to post any footage. So you can see this is from ballistics, extensive damage in Tel Aviv itself, targeting what appears to be residential areas. As we know, yes, there's a huge American airlift going on currently. So I guess you can put in the chat, do you believe that we're going to see American intervention? Just simple yes or no will suffice. And we'll get an idea of how that's going there. So as you can see, yeah, this is what people are looking like at the moment. A lot of American aircraft, tankers, transporters, whatever, heading east out of the US. Posmo says, if the Persian Gulf is closed, that's it for Trump's agenda. If you're MAGA like me, this is awful. The only downside for us is we need peace. And that is what a lot of talking about is about the Gulf countries, the states in here, the oil giants, and the effect on global economies that this can have. And of course, that affects oil price, that therefore affects inflation. So, let's say fuel is double the price, then the supermarket truck to deliver to the supermarket costs them double as much, so your food is going to go up, all of this. And Trump won on the promises of less war and reduced inflation, cheaper prices. So yeah, as we can see, yeah. So people are claiming 20 to 21 tankers are heading east at the moment towards Europe, and possibly then across the Med. Right, I'm monitoring Brent crude, but it hasn't changed much. Right. Mr. Reaper, he has said, wouldn't Russia want to help Iran because the longer this goes on, the more US has to support Israel, more weapons to Israel is less weapons to Ukraine. So, look, there's a lot of ways to look at this, I guess. Iran is a country with relations with Russia, although we have seen that Russia doesn't want Iran to have at least nuclear systems. But we do know, the air defense here being used up, that there absolutely is priority. There's priority to Israel before Ukraine. There's already a worldwide shortage of air defense systems. We know that for a fact. And another thing out of this is the higher oil goes in price for an economy like Russia's, the better it actually is. Elijah Warren, thanks for what you do, man. Love the no BS breakdown of everything and the honesty of situations. I've got to get out of Australia someday. Love all the critters. You'll have it there, mate. Elijah, yes, come out to Australia, bro. Thank you very much for the PayPal donation. What about Russian air defense systems? Yeah, there is. It's harder to get an idea of the attrition of Russian air defense systems, but a lot of them are being taken out. What we do know, though, of systems like S-300, just the sheer amount of intercepts and stuff from back in the Soviet times was unbelievable. But yes, that also attrits down. Righto Legends, we're at 1,859 likes with 3,400 people in the chat, in the viewer. Remember, just smash like, hit like, that helps me out a lot. Little thumbs up thing in the bottom right. We'll see it jump up. Hopefully we'll reach 2,000. So people calling for deportation of Al Jazeera for reporting live in Israel. So there's TV crews here reporting live over some of the cities, and they're saying to deport these people now as they are broadcasting. Remember, I was broadcasting live as well. Iran is a very, very big country, yes. And as I say, you cannot just... You got to wait for the fog to clear on war after the first couple of days to get a better idea. Remember, if you made predictions in the first 2 days of the war in Ukraine or of any war, you'd have very different opinions then than you have then months or years in. I missed the Willie on Ground streams. That shit was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. I don't think we could get away with that anymore. I think we'd get shut down. Right, here is footage of the Haifa power plant. So we know Haifa power plant has been struck, and here is some footage of that here. So the amount of damage, again, it's hard to assess. You're dealing with highly flammable substance and then warehouses. Again, to do a BDA of this is very, very difficult. So what I'm going to be doing is waiting to see... Oh, if I have to leave, I've got a parcel that's arriving soon. Apparently I've got a text. I'll be further waiting to see what the prices of oil and whatever has reflection on this, as well as stocks. Back in the day, we would have had massive... strikes like this would have had just huge influence on stock markets, but it's almost like the stock market's now very used to having wars around the world. What is such a funny adaptation. So what we do know as well is we were live streaming from 5 this morning, so 6-7 hours ago. Anyway, one thing we do know is that since that point, we know that there has been a call for Israelis to be inside shelters. So they've been inside shelters now for many, many hours. I believe that it has been called for people that they can now leave shelters because it does appear the attack is over, I believe, but we're not too sure. this is something that's very interesting, and many, many pages on both sides of the aisle reporting this, that massive US Air Force deployment is underway. 21 aerial refueling tankers among them. All airborne over continental US, many moving east alongside multiple Gulfstream command and control VIP support aircraft. So this is pretty wild. This is US non-involvement. So again, most people in the chat, when I asked you to put in the chat, do you believe there will be involvement or not? Most people said yes. Alan says, if we're better at nation building, we'd already have an Iranian government in exile ready to step in when the regime collapses. Well, if it does collapse, I'm sure there's something going on. But again, with government turnovers and collapses, it all often ends up very, very different, and it ends up worse a lot of the time than even radical governments. So I hope if it is regime collapse and overthrow, I hope everyone who's pulling the strings knows what to do and it doesn't end up significantly worse. So yeah, this is some of the footage here of Haifa refinery. Where do they park all those planes? Europe, Middle East? Look, I don't know. Potentially somewhere like Cyprus, maybe. Very close to here. Maybe at US bases in Iraq, Jordan. I don't know what they can. I'd presume they can take C-17s, but a lot of these will be in that area of the world. Right, so let's continue looking and seeing if anything has been updated as we go. Thank you for reaching 2,000 likes, guys. That's awesome. Jacobs has been watching this guy for years. So a lot of pages saying once Israeli reporters, like Israeli media, start sharing, we'll start sharing. So yeah, we're just waiting on more footage to come out at this point in time. There has been direct strikes on northern and central Israel. So, according to Ausint Defender, I currently count at least 17 KC-135 Strato tankers, so for air-to-air refueling, and 4 KC-46 Pegasus are still taking off. So, with more still taking off, so we've got everything moving. Refueling, ISR, VIP, a lot moving. Where is everyone watching from? Thank you, TJ, for the donation and the question. So TJ wants everyone to just put in the chat where you are watching this from, and maybe put what time it is also. Shit. Okay. I'm just going to see if there's anything else at this point that's out. We're hearing at least 30 Israeli civilians have been wounded, with a 10-year-old in critical condition and 2 moderately wounded. Oh, shit. Norway. People from a long, long way away from me, and at all sort of different times as well. Right. Let's go back to this and I'll see, because I think, give it 10 or 15 minutes, boys, and I think we're about to get a heap of footage start flowing through. Like once the attack is like over, we'll see a lot. Right, this is brand new footage. This is the first time I've actually seen this footage. So give me 1 sec. Right. So the footage we're about to see here is from apparently the air defense in Haifa. We did see the interceptors go out, but we do know there was direct hits. So let's have a look. Watch this footage. Just what we'll do. Alan M says many Arab regimes quietly support Israel. But if that support becomes too public, then mostly anti-Israel populations might try to overthrow them. We see that in like Saudi, man. Saudi, what they say and how they act is very, very different. Right, so this is claimed as a direct hit on Israeli AD at Haifa. So we can see the air defense system interceptors going up. Right, yeah. Okay, third interceptor. Well, there's definitely a fourth that's gone up. Remember, these are not cheap. That's a fifth. Well, that one appears to be struggling. I think that fifth... Oh, no, maybe it intercepted something else. But it is common for air defense to fail too. It does look like one of those interceptors did fail and maybe break apart. See how it went up and then split into two? Maybe that was it intercepting. Don't worry, we'll watch this through. I don't know, do you think that intercepted or it broke apart? You can see it like out of control. See that impact somewhere, big impact. I do not know what has hit there. I have no idea what has just been struck there. But that cook-off, that is very... that looks like air defense. Every time you see, like, you just think about Russia, Ukraine, when air defense gets hit, you see that fireworks display happen. So apparently that's in Haifa. Naz, thank you for the donation. Says, what do you think about the US tankers flying out? US tankers, I'm saying, are going in the direction of here to start refueling Israeli planes and supply more probably air defense of what's carrying too. So these are more Israeli missiles coming in here too. So as I said, I think in the next 10, 15 minutes, we're going to get a lot more footage coming in. And remember, yes, if you're in here, just hit like. It helps me out a heap. Little thumbs up, bottom left, maybe on your phone, or bottom right on your computer. You can see multiple Iranian strikes coming in on Haifa too. Right. So I want to watch this back, okay? So what we see is this is an Israeli air defense system here. This one shoots up. It's this one here that I'm watching. So you see it looked like it struggled getting off the ground. And then you see it looks like this breaks apart in the air. It looks like there, it hasn't intercepted. It looks like the system itself is broken apart. There, you can see the left one looks completely out of control. Unsure what has actually then occurred. But as it hits, the explosion it makes, the explosion it's about to make here, the explosion is way bigger than an intercepting missile would be. So it's hit something right there. Like, that's not an interceptor size explosion. That's much larger than that. Posmo said, those looks like Iron Dome, Tamir. They're cheap, worthless, mostly a publicity exercise, way too slow for a real threat, probably Mark 1.5. Thanks, Posmo. Thanks for the donation too. Mike Fetzer says, Willie man, keep on fighting. My ma passed away a few months back from a 7-year battle with cancer. I see you fighting that war. Keep on, man. World needs journalists like you. Thank you, Mike. And, mate, I hope you're doing well after that terrible news. So maybe it picked up and it's actually hit, and maybe one air defense system hit another air defense system. I have no idea. We probably won't find out, but we will get a better idea in the coming hours. Right. Let me. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Just refreshing to see if there's any new footage. Can this be de-escalated or gone too far? I don't know how you de-escalate this without then Iran pouring massive resources into nuclear systems. Thank you for your question, Spring 4 Towards. Right, we're still waiting on more footage and whatever else to become available, which it will quickly. Again, now we have an update. We have 24 US KC-46 Pegasus KC-135 Stratotankers are heading towards Europe and Middle East, with some repositioning themselves on the East Coast. But we could be seeing the start of, major amount of support. So yeah, keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on where these end up going. So Iranian or pro-Iranian pages at least are saying, source tells me more missiles were fired than initially thought. The wave consisted, they are saying now, 50 missiles with 8 confirmed strikes, which is still, that's still 16%. So that is still above the strike rate that we saw yesterday. So Israeli pages are saying police officers have set out clear international media journalists who have been broadcasting live missile impacts. Coastal District Police vehicles set out to conduct search and handle the incident. So Israeli police are now searching for international media who have been filming around Haifa and live streaming as per we did back in the day. So we'd be in strife right now if we were there, guys. So this is in central Tel Aviv, as some of those missiles have attacked. What we don't know, and I don't know, someone may be able to fill me in the chat here, is how exactly these Iranian missiles are aimed. Because a lot of this seems very indiscriminate. Of course, you see some, like against the Haifa power plant, but then a lot are just hitting in they're just aiming for just like central Tel Aviv. So yeah, it's these journos here who are looking over Haifa that people are calling for them to be deported. And we know that the Israeli police are now going to deal with the incident we're hearing, being the incident of them reporting live, because they don't want any BDA getting assessed of showing strikes, and other pages are saying we don't want then our adversary having any morale boost from having impacts, which is very, very common. We see Ukraine, Russia, will come and bloody arrest you if you film it. All right, I'm just having a scroll now, trying to see if we can see anything new. Just keeping up to date on all the pages. Cabragoon Kabbalah says hidden with all those tankers is a stealth bomber. Well, you never know. It could very well be. You wouldn't know, but they're not going to be flying with transponders on either. The whole point of stealth is you don't know it's stealth. Well, you don't know it's there. That's why it's stealth. So, yeah. Like, do you think that America could conduct a strike on Iranian facilities without ever declaring that they've actually done the strike? B-21 Spirit bomber, mass ordnance penetrators and punch down in. Do you think that is something we could really see? Chris Elliott, thank you for the donation. He says the same targeting the IDF uses in Gaza with dumb bombs. Thank you for your donation, mate. As you can see in this footage, we can see both interceptions, but we can also see a large amount of strikes also. Chris Elliott, thanks again for your donation. He says same targeting the IDF uses in Gaza with dumb bombs such as mortars and artillery. Willie, did you see US is flying over 21 aerial refueling planes? Well, it's actually 24 planes all up. It's not just aerial refuelers. It's ones to carry VIPs as well as carrying pieces for surveillance and intelligence too. So Alan M says maybe because the Israeli army prioritises protecting cities over military sites, wouldn't be surprised if everyone's targeting cities on purpose to draw away defences and sneak hits on military targets, so to tie up AD somewhere and go and hit other things. Also, just to create effect too, as far as like international media effect also. So 20 KC-135s, which are aerial tankers, and 4 KC-46. So we're talking 24 planes in the air. So we have further zoomed in footage on Haifa at the moment. So this is the Haifa power plant here that has been struck by at least two. Iranian rockets. Right, I'll just try and see if anything else I can find for you guys. Right, I'm just going to, not being rude, just sitting on my phone for a second to scroll in the Telegram groups and see what I can and can't show you, okay? Lebanese media is saying Iranian ballistic missiles impacted Israeli army barracks in northern Israel, resulting in fires. Again, don't know. A lot of pages going off about the media with live cameras. So what people are saying, you know the footage I just showed you before of the air defense? It does appear that, yeah, it was Israeli air defense, then struck its own launcher. That seems to be what we saw in the footage. That's what we broke down. That's what we assessed in the beginning. Let me show you that footage again, because that's what we thought it looked like as it broke apart. And then I'll show you. So, apologies. My thing's like refreshing. Why is this not working? Give me 1 second. Alex RS with maybe a potential massive donation, but I have no idea what currency IDR is. Thank you for your coverage. Also wish you the best for your health now and going forward. Cheers, Alex, XADF. Mate, I hope that you are doing really, really well. Thank you. I hate when people thank me for my service. I'm actually not going to do it, but thank you for your donation, man. I really appreciate that. So this is the footage. What it does appear that they're saying Israeli air defense battery, likely an Arrow 3, is misfired and destroys its own launcher in Negev, which is in the north, I believe. So we see this misfire here, or the problem. Oh, sorry. Right, still. So you can see then it strikes its own launcher. How much escalation can we see after this? It's going to be a question of something we're going to see, man, but I guarantee I guarantee we will still see escalation. I still think Israel, Iran, I still think both nations have a lot more to go in this. And you never know if we see the US enter. And then you never know if we'll see a country like Pakistan enter. Sturmy says, too long didn't read again, mate. Shit, what did I miss, Sturmy? Thank you for your donation, Sturmy, and Alex RS, brother. Oh, Tuxedo Mask, how long till nukes are exchanged, mate? We never know, but I know a lot would disagree with this, but we could be as close to a nuclear exchange or closer than we've ever been in history. I think there's real odds of that. Like, let me know in the chat if you believe I'm right or wrong, but we could be closer than we've ever been in history to actually having a nuclear exchange. Because we've got so many players. Remember, the most stable, well, at least mathematically, as well as what a lot of military theorists say, is, and political theorists, the most stable way of the world is a bipolar system. You have two major powers at the top. They believe it's more stable than unipolar and more stable than multipolar. And at least when we're in the Cold War, there was two bipolar powers who had that many weapons. It would have just been complete mutually assured destruction and relatively stable. Where now you're seeing a lot of nations develop unstable, a lot of nations involved in a lot of different things, extending and trying to gain more power with incredible populations. And the bigger your population is, the better you come out the other end of a nuclear war, because a nuclear battle is effectively just attrition against being, what's the word I'm looking for? Extinction attrition, basically. So you never know. Could be close. Alan M. Donated again saying, damn, missed it. No, I'll get to it. Did you notice offensive military infrastructure in Tel Aviv when you were there? Is it human shield narrative hypocritical? Yes, it's hypocritical. Look, all of the military infrastructure that I saw in Tel Aviv, which was very minimal, was just Iron Dome systems, and even that was behind like fences and whatever. So I didn't see much. But also I will say I spent like 2 days in Tel Aviv all up. Like I went to Tel Aviv to see some friends who I know who were working there, like from Australian Army and whatever, like who were previous Australian Army. I went there for like a day. I never actually like went there for much. So I also probably not the best one. Is it likely the launcher was hacked? No, I think unlikely the launcher itself was hacked. It'd probably be a very closed system. I think it's just you fire off 100 rockets, you're going to have one that is has a defective launch. I think that's most likely what has occurred. So, of course, yes. People are saying, oh, America is involved. Yes, America is involved, but would be meaning more, could America get involved in a kinetic sense, not just in a supporting sense? So remember, these are the amount of American aircraft currently on the way. Willie, can Iran turn a ballistic missile into a dirty bomb? Yes. Look, I don't know over how all of that exactly works, but yeah, potentially you could. Nukes, a dirty bomb could be on any ballistic missile launched. Yes, that could also, as Benny K says, to answer Carl Webster's question, yes. Sturmy asks, how's coffee with your mate? As you may know, just before these got launched, I was out at coffee with one of my friends and I ditched I spent 40 minutes with him and I said, oh shit, damn, I've got to go, man. And ran back to go live. But coffee was really good with him. He works massive night shift, so we actually don't see each other as much as we used to. So just wait. I'm just having a scroll, see if we have anything new. Again, I do believe we'll see a lot of footage coming out soon. Remember, guys, if you're in here, we have 3,600 viewers. We have only 2,400 likes. Remember, if you're in the thing, just hit like. That helps us out a lot. And leave a comment in the chat as well. We really appreciate that here. That's all we ever need. I know the donations are fantastic. They're great, but we only ever need that. Right. Raymond Torres on the PayPal. Thank you very much. He says, thank you for your excellent unbiased analysis journalism. Praying for you, fellow vet. Thank you, brother. Hope you're having a great day, man. And one tall order says Israel has Iranian government infiltrated to the point they can pinpoint strike all those generals, but had no idea about Oct 7 was coming. Right. One tall order brings up a very, very divisive question that a lot of people should be asking is how was the intelligence services so embedded in Iran, so embedded in Lebanon, all of this, but completely missed any even murmurs about October the 7th coming? You know, that is a question you're allowed to ask. You're allowed to ask that question. It's a reasonable question. Dano says a defective launch that hits a mile away. I don't know how the targeting system works on them, Dano. It might have then picked up something, like it might have then actually targeted it, not just defective. Darius, thank you for the donation, says you are the man. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that. Willie, thanks for keeping us up to speed. No, I'm trying my very best to keep you guys up to speed. Yeah, we're doing all we can. If there's anything else you guys see on X, on Telegram, whatever, please send it in the chat here and I'll go and have a look. Aiden Associates ask, is the US joining the fight? I don't know, that's bad, man. Look, I don't think they are joining the fight, so to speak, but I think they will be increasing their support to Israel. If America joined the fight, it would be, I believe, with stealth bombers, dropping mass ordnance penetrated. Oh my God. Mass ordnance penetrators, GBU-57s, to bunker bust some of the Iranian bunkers. Thing is, if that occurs, we can speculate, but we likely not know if it's American stealth. The whole point of stealth is to not know. Tuxedo Mask is we won World War II, but it doesn't feel like it. Yeah, go ask people that won World War II and how their country won and lost World War II and see how they're going. A lot of the losers of World War II, 80 years on, ended up in better situations than a lot of countries that won. Michael Geckel has said Israel had all the signals for October 7th. They denied them all and reacted late because generals were caught in their own superiority and narrative. Thank you for your donation. And we did know that there were warnings from other countries too going, hey, we think this is about to take place. And it was apparently ignored. And then Human Voicemail says, the next question is, well, how many of the politicians' children died on October 7th? He says the answer is 0. I don't know on the answer. Jonas says in a donation, he goes, as an engineer of L3 Harris make a lot of military equipment, especially radio equipment and crypto radio equipment. Says lots of hardware is moving to Israel. I bet a lot of hardware is moving. And then Asgior says, have you seen many Chinese cargo flights going to Iran and turning off their transponders? Also, lots of sorties out of US Malta base. So he says lots of sorties happening out of a US base in Malta. And we have seen multiple Chinese cargo flights turning off responders in the direction of Iran. So there's a lot of very big, very powerful players. Remember, China has huge interest in Iranian oil, and they don't want it. They don't want to get it expensive. They buy $50 billion a year of oil. Iran, 90%, I believe, of Iran's oil goes to China. There's a lot of influence here too. And if there's a situation where a country like China can then extend America more and weaken anything, again, they will do it. But again, China always look for China first. Okay? So let me go back to this, see if I've missed anything important in the chat. And something we need to take into account is Iran is very, very critical for China's Belt and Road Initiative. Right. Sorry, I'm just on my phone monitoring some more pages too. Remember, if you see something you'd like me to show or look at or analyze, be it media, be it like a media article, be it footage, please then let me know. Right, there's some footage coming up that I can't show due to YouTube. Again, let's see, guys. We have 3,700 subscribers here. 3,700 viewers. Let's see if we can push to 3,000 likes. We're only 300 away. So just thumbs up if you can. Yeah, there's some footage of which I can't show on here. So we're just waiting on more assessment of what has actually occurred on the ground. Again, Israel has a lot of restrictions on filming, but again, this footage will come out in time, especially now that the incident has seemed to be over. Dalmatian says, breaking USS Nimitz aircraft carrier is now heading towards the Middle East. Yes, but we do know that has been for some hours now. We will see. If Israel, so Alan M, another donation here goes, if Israel fails, what happens to the Jews? If Iran fails, what happens to the Iranians? Well, this is the thing. What happens to the civilians there if it fails? And this is what I worry about is if like the Iranian regime is toppled, I hope that there's some plan after that, because we've seen again and again and again, regimes being toppled only to then be replaced with a more extreme regime. Sturmy, thank you for the donation, says German media ignoring that Israel started it. Thank you for your donation. Trump calling Putin. I would not be surprised if that is happening as we speak. Right. Let me just have a quick scroll. It's just on my face for now. Guys, we're 180 likes away from 3,000. Let's see if we can push that number. Just having a look, see if anything is being updated at this point. Give it a bit and we'll start seeing a heap. We'll see a heap of updates coming through. So give it 10, 15 minutes and there'll be a lot of updates start coming through. Once it settles just a little bit, we'll have more information. And remember, a lot of the Israeli pages are playing ball and not sharing footage because they've been asked not to. So someone asked how are likes important? They're not important, but it does bring us up the algorithm. And what we are doing is we're trying to be as objective and release like as much verified visual footage as we actually can. So yeah, we want to move our way up the algorithm as there's, it's a lot easier for the propagandary accounts to swing what is occurring their way a lot easier. Right. Let me just check. Okay, Middle East Spectator, what are they saying? So the IRGC Aerospace Force has said in response to Zionist aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran in retribution of their crimes in Gaza, the IRGC Aerospace Forces carried out new missile strike with a series of True Promise 3 targeting command and control systems of Zionist enemy and various other sensitive military strikes. So there's a couple of people in here that know a lot about the Iranian missiles. Can you tell us a little bit about the True Promise 3? I know Pez Mo knows all about this. The attack was stronger and more destructive than before, and we used innovative methods, intelligence, and advanced equipment. Our attacks will continue, and they will continue to grow stronger as the aggression continues. So they're saying from the IRGC there's going to be more attacks. Again, it does really seem like the strike rate has increased from yesterday's attack through to today's attack. Maddie says, would a regime collapse cause Russia to struggle to maintain drone assembly for their war effort as effectively? No. Again, yes, the Shahed 136 that Iran fire and the Quran 2 that Russia use are very similar, but what is similar is the licensing plans of that drone. So Russia has made an analog of the drone, but those are assembled, manufactured in Russia, and now Russia's making then the Quran 3. So no, I wouldn't have much effect there. These are a very simple drone that Russia can completely assemble and manufacture as well. So it wouldn't have a catastrophic effect on that. At least in my opinion, from what I'm seeing. So yeah, they just bought the licensing. So this is footage of Israeli bombing on Iranian Revolutionary Guard bases, and you can see massive amounts of cook-offs here. This was earlier this morning. First things first, do you see a path for Reza Pahlavi to be the new Shah? Look, first things first, I wouldn't know who would be next in line. Thank you for your donation. Honuz says, sent DM, did you see Arrow 3 missile launcher fail? Yes, Honuz, we shared that just before about the failure of that. We showed it. I'll show it again a little bit. We did analyze the footage, and then it turned out to be pretty much what we analyzed. Righto, Legends, we are 14 likes away from 3,000. So I need 14 of 3,700 of you. Right. What other footage have we got? Right, slow on the footage at the moment. Again, it'll start to be released. We do know Dalmatian points out that there is a massive US Air Force deployment now underway. I know most people do believe, we're at 3,000. Thank you guys very much. Most people do believe that we are going to see a US intervention of some sort. So there's US involvement, but I'm meaning more, will we see US military intervention? Which I believe is likely. But it may be in a way of plausible deniability too. You know, a massive bunker buster hits an area, and because it was dropped off a stealth fighter, it's plausible deniability. So yeah, let me know what you think of that, if that's likely. So I'm just getting a million different messages of all sorts. Tuxedo Mask Q, Podrick singing Jenny of Old Stones. Okay, I guess we can cue that up. Just wait. Tankers heading to the Middle East. Yes. Okay, some pages are now saying it was 100 missiles. Again, I heard 30, then I heard 50. So again, difficult to actually get an idea of how many there were. As well, from Angel Gelegos, thank you for the PayPal donations with buy yourself a beer. Thank you very much. Yes, beer donos are appreciated. Chris Elliott says, do you think China is providing intelligence information to Iran? They'd love to get their hands on a downed F-35. I wonder if they'd provide air defense. So I'm not sure if there would be any intelligence sharing with Iran. I really don't know. Again, there's a lot of claims around F-35 going down. Nothing is confirmed at this point in time, likely untrue if it hasn't come out. But I can guarantee you, if an F-35 goes down, China will absolutely be throwing money at Iran or whatever they need to get their hands on it. Absolutely. Very similar to when the F-117 Wobbling Goblin stealth, the original stealth fighter, was shot down, and then a Chinese embassy was bombed by the US because it was held in the basement. Right, Justice Sutherland says, I think the goal of the US was drag Russia into Ukraine and then slowly back off to force the United Kingdom to take over so they could deal with China. Thoughts? If the US had any idea about the industrial capacity and military capacity of the UK, they can't hand it off. But the US, they are far, far, far more concerned with China and China's rise than Russia's at this point. Thank you, Justice, for your donation. Tuxedo Mask. It's a Game of Thrones reference. When they think they're all going to die, Podrock sings them one last song. You don't actually got to cue it. Okay, I've watched only the first couple of seasons of Game of Thrones, but thank you. Right, there was something else I wanted to talk about. So there's been 3 Israelis killed by ballistic missiles. So sadly, civilians get caught up in all of this back and forth of decisions made by relatively few guys at the top. Right, there's a lot of claims, as there always is. Right. Thanks, guys, for all the support in the chat, as well as on the likes and whatever. It really does help push us up then. The algorithm gives us a bit of a boost. Right, let's have a look. Okay, those US planes still on the way. Now, many people are now suggesting, so this footage here where we see the Israeli air defense system target itself, people are saying that it is a, what was it? I got messaged just before. So people are speculating that this was a Israeli arrow or the David sling. That is what people are saying, which is a very expensive and very rare system as well. Andrew Foray says, how would the US handle it if China decided to move on Taiwan right now? I don't know, man. There'd be a big decision to go kinetic or not. And I don't know. I really don't know. You guys can write in the chat if you'd like about would America go kinetic if China went, we're making a move on Taiwan? Would America be prepared to start sinking Chinese landing ship or aircraft? A different person, he writes, so Diego Garcia was not a hoax. Intervention. He believes intervention is a yes. I tend to think kinetic means like that they will actually start targeting or just give support. Right, guys, I'm just going to be away for 1 minute. I just came back from my coffee an hour and a half ago and I haven't been to the bathroom. So I'm desperate to go for a wee and I'll be back in 1 minute, okay? I'll sit you on this. You can watch this through. Remember, chat's still going. Keep everything rolling while I'm gone, okay? Because we always see a lull. Righto, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, apologies, I am back. Is there anything that we have then missed? Right, I also heated up my lunch, so excuse me while I eat on stream. For those who are unaware, I've been streaming, well, basically, other than going out for a coffee, I streamed for since 5 this morning, so I haven't eaten yet. I'm just running on caffeine. So we'll see. Right, we do have some more footage. I'm not sure where this is meant to be. So let me see if I can find this post. Is there any reason why on Twitter sometimes things just will not update or just shows you like week-old stuff instead of new stuff? Right. I'll show you this. I think this is Haifa, I believe. Let me know if it is Haifa or not here. Right. So I'm going to eat my snack while I go so you can see. Then interceptions. You can see some intercept, but still the debris hit the ground too. Right. Oh, we are 1 like away from 3,200. Guys, you got to do one. Because Twitter is a garbage platform. Yeah, it does suck. I mean, not that bad. Yeah, you can see the amount of, just let me pause. You can see the amount of interceptors going up here that says 3, 5, 7, 9 interceptors. And 2 of these missiles coming. It appears that they were intercepted. It looks like they break apart, but then still, again, they've still got massive kinetic energy to then strike 2 areas down in here. Zachy T says, great coverage. Cheers, Willie. Thanks, Zach, brother. Appreciate that, man. Right, remember, guys, we are going to get more footage coming soon, as we already are. So thank you guys for being in here and sticking around. It means a lot. Just going to refresh a couple of pages, see what we are or are not getting. Right. So Israeli police are arresting people that were filming. Right. Oil hasn't budged. But yeah, we have areas like this at Haifa that are on fire. That is the power plant. Zachy T, great coverage. Thanks, bro. How fast those incoming... Well, we know when they're in the atmosphere, they're, you know, Mark 10. How fast do they hit? I don't know. Some are saying Mark 3 or 4. Again, you get a lot more air resistance. A lot thicker air. If you're wondering, someone said I sent you a DM. What did you send me a DM on? If you're wondering what I'm eating, it's bacon and egg quiche. If you don't know, I'm intermittent fasting as well as eating very strict keto at the moment. So it's just bacon and egg. But it is good. It's about as good as it gets. And hot sauce. Okay, let me scroll. So who is this? Military affairs specialist says, I recommend that we cut our losses and turn to Trump to stop the madness with a reasonable agreement. Otherwise, we'll end up begging for a ceasefire. So no airstrikes or air defense activity over Iran. Right. Could be heading towards Finland for an exercise, the US aircraft, possibly so. Someone says you're a madman for still being live. That is fine. I get free eggs as well because my partner's grandfather owns a farm, which is amazing because eggs are so expensive. I bought eggs the other day. It cost me $1 an egg. It was $12 for a carton. Ridiculous. Right, I'm just going to see any more footage or updates. Remember, I've got what you see on the screen is not everything. So we're hearing from the Magen David Adom, the MDA is treated and transported 67 injuries from 4 different locations to the central hospital, including a 30-year-old woman in serious conditions, 6 moderate, 60 in light conditions. And I've heard that 3 Israeli civilians have been killed at this point from the strikes. Niraj Sarestra makes a good question. Will, do you think Taiwan gave up their trump card by planning to open a mega plant in the USA? Yes. The trump card Taiwan had was their chips. Now that's moving to the US. What's there? What you need to keep US involved to protect. Honest asks, how much attrition can Israeli air defense take, mate? We do not know. But if this can sustain for weeks, we will see more getting through. And it does look, this could be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong on this, but it does look like more missiles are getting through today than they did the other day. Now, let me know if you think I'm correct or incorrect on that. Do you think that more missiles are getting through today than the other day, just from what we're observing? Vlad Vola9 has said, thank you for being you, sir. Wish the world wasn't insane. Feel well. Thank you, mate. Yes, I wish the world wasn't as insane. Knuckles, thank you for the donation, brother. Says, Willie, thanks for what you do. I've been sick the last month and still not better, but look forward to your videos. When you come to the USA and you find yourself in mass, I'll buy you a meal and a beer. Thank you, bro. Look, I hope hopefully go see a doctor and they can sort out what's going on. I hope that you're well, man. And if I did, I'm not coming to, I'm guessing, Massachusetts, but if I did, I'd come and say good day, and I'd love a beer and maybe a steak. You may have addressed this, but what's your favourite way to eat eggs? Scrambled, hard-boiled, poached? Mine is soft-boiled. Personally, my favourite egg is poached, but I never can be bothered doing it. So I just end up trying to fry them and then ended up just scrambling them in the pan. Right, is there anything else you'd particularly that you'd like to see me show you guys? Let me have a look on some of the Telegram pages. A death toll in Israel has now sadly risen to 7. Okay, we have 25 planes now heading towards Europe. So yeah, they may be heading east out of America to Europe to, they may be heading to support Israeli operations, or they could be heading to big operations that are happening in NATO. And Tom Michael says these planes could be going because it's low on air defense. Aaron, thank you for your donation, says, although targeting civilian areas is bad, thing is, Israel can they really point a finger at Iran for doing it when they've been doing it for 2 years, referring to in Gaza, and celebrating it? And what has happened down in Gaza is disgusting of the level that it has gone to, and some of the rates of casualties as well. And a lot of people all around the world, from world leaders, who there's this idea that just because people are from non-Western countries that it doesn't matter, which is ridiculous. That is really, really walking back Western power due to them pointing at the hypocrisy of it. Right, let me have a look. So Casualty rates will climb because, of course, there's search and rescue under, digging through buildings that have collapsed. Right, so this is what's being said, is the Americans are not sending 25 Tanker aircraft to an exercise in Finland the day of the exercise from multiple bases in the US. They're likely deploying single-digit aircraft from Mildenhall, and they've likely already shown up. So saying that, no, they're not going to do it on the day of exercise, people saying this is heading towards the Mideast. So what do you think? Do you think these planes are going to support Israel, or they're going to support a NATO exercise? Someone's saying Haifa power plant's still functioning. I wouldn't be surprised if it is still functioning. A lot of those can take a lot of hit. Right. So it's a 1,000 megawatt generation will have a lot of redundancy. Yeah, we don't know how much damage has actually been caused there. Remember, initial photographs of things burning and sheets of tin off everywhere and everywhere. It looks very dramatic, but it's hard to get an idea straight away of the actual level of damage. We see this a lot when a drone will strike like an oil depot in Russia and everyone goes, yep, okay, that had 1 million barrels of oil, that's now gone. You go, well, we can't just assess it from that straight away. You can't just go, what is its max, and apply that. Max CC Limit, thank you for the donation, says, been watching you, Dave, for 2 years. I'm unabashedly pro-Z, so pro-Russian and born in Russia, but I've appreciated your unbiased and insightful and evolving analysis. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. I hope that you are doing well. Right. Let's see what continues to evolve through the day. Right, so a lot of the Twitter page is a bit quiet at the moment. Do you think there's odds? Do you think there's a chance we might see more strikes tonight? I don't know. But I think there's good odds we'll see more tomorrow. Can someone have a look on truth.com for me to see if Trump has released anything? See if he tries to claim that he didn't know these attacks were going to go down. Right. Unrecognized aircraft. Oh, no, sorry, that was older. Don't worry. Only just got the notification then. Right. No one, yeah, who uses truth.com? No one. But someone can go and have a look and see if Trump has spouted some more nonsense. We even saw this on day one of that the White House, their statement was significantly different to then what Trump said. And then what Trump said last night was significantly different to what he said a few days before that. This is interesting. So you've probably seen this before or heard about this before on the Pentagon pizza report of then the pizza place basically across the road from the Pentagon and how much business they have at the time. It can tell you a lot about how busy the Pentagon is. So Freddy's Beach Bar is currently reported of having essentially zero traffic, abnormally low for a Sunday night. The Domino's closest to the Pentagon, okay, the Domino's the closest to the Pentagon is reported of having above average levels of activity. This indicates potentially busy night at the Pentagon, okay? So potentially a lot of people at the Pentagon. Skip Doe, thank you for the donation, says no US dollar for Israel, but it looks like you sent $2 US to Willie. Willie, do you think Israel is still conducting ground operations with drones in Iran? Yes. I think the majority of attacks we've seen over the past 24 hours, and this is what the Iranian page is saying, is that the majority of them have actually been ground attack, not launched originating in Israel. Rob Ruchti on the PayPal has said for the Egg Fund. Thank you for donating to the Egg Fund. Right. Let me look, see if I can find anything else for you guys. Guys, by the way, I don't think I'm going to have time after today or the capacity to do after, 5 hours now of live streaming or more. How long did I go for this morning? 4 hours? So 6 hours of live streaming. I don't think I'm going to have the mental capacity to then turn around and do I haven't even started on a video today, on like an actual video, and they take me a long time. So apologies, but I might not actually release out a video tonight. So people are claiming that the Supreme Commander of Iran, or Supreme Leader, is dead. I actually haven't really seen it anywhere credible yet, so wait on that. Remember, there's pages release all sorts, but we will see. Brownwater Squid, good night, mate. Thank you. Alan M says, we earn big tonight. Well, if it's the Egg Fund, we'll earn big. Yeah, remember, to release a 30 or 40-minute video, sometimes an hour-long video, takes me a long time. Takes me a very long time. War never sleeps, hence Willie IM never sleeps. Yeah, I actually have considered getting someone to sit in for me when I'm sleeping. I've considered getting one of my mates or someone, but it need to be someone good on camera to basically sit in my office and stream while I'm not here and just do like swap like 8-hour shifts or 6-hour shifts. Cody Singh Sus, thank you for the donation. Says, enjoy an ostrich egg on me. Thank you. An ostrich egg. I've never eaten an ostrich egg. Right, just click off for a second. I just want to have a bit of a scroll. See if any new footage or anything interesting has popped up. We'll have a quick look at the share market as well and see the Australian stock market, see if we've had any impact. No. Market's green pretty much across the board. AI shares are up. So first responders now digging through some of the impacts that have occurred in Tel Aviv. So you can see here footage that I hadn't seen yet. Domino's inside the Pentagon, not across the street. Okay, apologies. It's so wild to get how busy the Pentagon is off just bloody Domino's.
See, Haifa power plant has been struck. The actual level of damage, we have no real idea at the moment. So we see a lot of those Iranian ballistics looking like this on the back of like lorries, on the back of trucks, back of launch platforms. We know a lot of them have been struck by Israeli Air Force, but obviously not all of them. They're still able to get 50 to 100 missiles away multiple days in. People are trying to claim this footage here was an Israeli defense system actually hitting targets on the ground. You're like, no, it's not hitting targets on the ground. It was a self-impact. It's not there's not a kilometer between Israeli systems and Iranian systems. So, yeah, escalation, as many are saying, is coming. And we'll see how Israel respond to this. See, I'm still shocked we haven't seen more Israeli strikes. I'm actually surprised how few strikes from Israel we've actually seen over the past 24 hours. The Chinese food predictor. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, as always. It's like for recession. There's like a recession strippers index, isn't there? Something like that. Can anyone tell me if the power is out in Haifa? Some have said it is, some said it isn't. This is, yeah, the THAAD system's unbelievable. The US THAAD striking missiles in space. It's wild. Look at this. So then you can see them then re-entering the Earth's atmosphere all broken up. Alan says you need some mods in here. Yeah, I don't really know how mods work, but we'll manage. And then the debris falling back to Earth. Inventing America, thank you for the donation as well, brother. Cheers. Someone says the weather modifying spells aren't working anymore. Wonder what China's going to do on any news on that front. No news on that front. I'll talk to a couple of guys behind the scenes and I'll ask them what they believe is happening and see if they know of any movements. They're not public, of course, and then I'll find out, okay? But China better not make a move before I can go and actually visit China, because once there's moves, the ability for someone to visit China, if I report on it, that's going to go for forever. So yeah. Sorry, sort of this dude getting drunk and pouring a beer down his pants. So this is better quality footage of the attack on Haifa. You can see they're direct impacts. They haven't been, I don't believe they've been intercepted high. So what someone did say that some of the missiles that we see getting intercepted or whatever are just broken apart just to confuse air defense. And then a lot of the strikes we see are they more high-end missiles. And again, this is something we see Russia do a lot of in Ukraine, is they send out missiles and decoy drones and knowing they're going to get intercepted or not hit anything, so then things like Iskander can strike. And against not all of the air defense systems that are operating in Israel, but a lot of them, Iran's a country very close to Iran, being Russia, have a lot of knowledge on those air defense systems. Insurgency says there are reports Iran sending old missiles. Yes, that is at least what is being said. I can't confirm that, but it's what is being said. It's what I've been told too. So, again, we will see. Haifa is a wonderful place. Yes, I've been in Haifa. I've spent a few weeks in Haifa. It is a beautiful city. Let me have a scroll, then I'll come back and see if there's any more footage. Oh my God. Dude's taking new Tinder photos like this. Jesus Christ. It actually goes pretty hard, to be honest. It's better than holding a fish. Do you think, guys, in the chat, China will exploit an opportunity for further movement? Yeah, so those tankers and stuff going to Europe, everyone's saying that's not for an exercise in Finland. That's what at least everyone's saying. I don't think China's going to take opportunity. Maybe in a few years, but no, not right now. Right, a lot of Israeli media now just not reporting. Again, we know the police are cracking down. Yeah, explosives are expensive. Concrete at Mark 6. What you need to remember is a lot of these weapons, if you just have a lump of concrete hit at Mark 6, it does unbelievable damage. So, right, this is, I think, closer footage. Google China plane lands to Iran to support port. I'll have a look. Yeah, we did see there's been a number of Chinese planes turn off transponders on the way to Iran. Sorry, I just want to find something and share it on my page. There we go. It's on my Telegram. Remember, if you're not part of the Telegram, guys, in the description you can find where to be part of the Telegram. So, air defense system at Nevatim Air Base in Negev was hit by latest rocket barrage. It's not completely correct. It seems that it was a malfunctioning Israeli air defense that has taken out another air defense system during the barrage, which is not uncommon at all. So what do we think? Now that it is daytime it's very early morning, it's day, but in Iran and Israel, do we think that Israel will carry out more daytime attacks like we saw day one? Could an Otoshnik destroy Iranian underground nuclear facilities? I don't know. We don't know that much about Otoshnik and how deep that can actually penetrate either. Many would suggest that is what it was trying to do when the Otoshnik dropped, was that you have interceptors traveling at Mark 6 to punch through. But realistically, with how deep these are, with Iran being a world leader in, what do they call it? Ultra something concrete, ultra pressure concrete, whatever it is, probably not. But again, I don't know. Insurgency Fox says, why are Israeli strikes so accurate? The strikes in Iran are incredibly accurate. They're getting dropped off planes with laser guided or GPS guided munitions while having air dominance to air superiority. So yeah, very, very accurate, at least from what we're seeing. Now, look, guys, don't get some sleep. It's only 1300 in Australia, so it's not late. But tonight I will get some sleep. I am pretty tired. I've been working pretty hard. So apparently Iranian police are checking like every truck or vehicle that has been rented in the past couple of months. Which is fair enough with what's going on. Yeah, so US deploying massive amounts in this direction. Maybe tomorrow we'll wake up and see US strikes in Iran. Or we'll see US bailing out and having and really enforcing some level of negotiation. We know that Trump does not want an out-of-control war. Well, at least publicly he says that. So these are some of the ballistic impact sites that we have seen in Tel Aviv. Someone says, hey, mate, carnivore diet, eat once a day. I know it's hardcore, XADF, love your work. It's basically what I do, mate. I intermittent fast every day and I eat only keto. So not carnivore, but it's meat, eggs, avocado, butter, and that's about it. So it's most of the way there. But that's what I'm doing for my health to do with my tumour. Right. Let me just have a scroll, see what else is moving around currently. So I just want to look at something, see. So THAAD. Right, so THAAD has, how many tubes does THAAD have on it? Is it 8? Yes, that is 8 tubes. And the Israeli Arrow. The Israeli Arrow is 6 tubes, I believe. Yeah, okay. THAAD missile cost. Okay, guys, this is pretty rough, okay? But I want to show you something. Now, Now, a single THAAD, a terminal high altitude area defense battery, costs $1 billion to $1.8 billion for the battery. Blah, blah, blah. It requires a crew of 100 to operate. That's unbelievable. A single THAAD missile costs approximately $12.6 million. So $12.6 million per missile. Now, what we know is the Israeli Arrow, this is an Arrow here, is a 6-tubed then air defense. If we look at the THAAD, we're talking 8 tubes, okay? This is obviously Star of David, Yank flag, 8 tube. And this is then what Big Surge has said. His video isn't the clearest, but it seems to show 7, maybe 8 interceptors launching. That would indicate THAAD rather than Arrow, which is 6 tubes. The secondary impact hits right on the 18 launch site. So possibly this is a video of THAAD getting penetrated and destroyed. So let's have a look at this. So are you tracking along with what we said about THAAD, $12.6 million per missile, 1.0 to $1.8 billion system. And he says this could be a THAAD system. So we see, how many up are we? I think that's the second one going up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 interceptors up. I think there was one before these. So 7 interceptors away. So it's not an Arrow. So it could be THAAD. And then we see the Iranian weapons. It doesn't look like a direct strike on that. It looks very close though. But someone doing the maths. What is 7 times 12.6 million? Someone put that in the chat. That's got to be, what, 100 million, close to? $91 million, $85 million. So $90 million bucks. So $90 million just fired off there. And I don't think that is hit where the system is. I don't think. We'll continue to watch the footage, but that's a good observation that if that is if it's more than 6 have gone out, it's not Arrow. It could be Patriot too. But still, that's still very expensive, even if it's Patriot. You're talking $2 million a shot. How much do Iranians cost? Are the Iranian ballistics? Not that much. So, yeah. The war is massively, massively expensive, especially air defense. Right, I'm still looking to see. Almost expensive as a pack of cigarettes, yeah, these days, especially in Australia. I don't know what the cigarettes are cost in other countries, but yeah, it's insane. Right, I'll show you some more once we get stuff through, guys. Alan says they don't cost nearly as much to manufacture. It's all government contracting, stealing from the taxpayer. So Alan says, yeah, whatever they cost to manufacture, it's no way it actually costs that much of what they're paying for them. And that is something I saw in the military all the time, was if a private company tried to buy something, it'd cost them $100. As soon as the military got it, it'd cost them $1,000. That's absolutely common as. And as Mayday says, it's got to pay for someone's yacht. Yeah. Has anyone looked at what Nancy Pelosi is investing in at the moment, guys? Oh, it's raining at my house. Okay. Right. Still waiting on any updates to come through. I'll still look. If you guys can act as 3,000 sets of eyes too. So let me know if anything comes through that I've missed. Also, if you haven't, guys, hit like. I know most of you have hit like on the video, but if you haven't yet, it costs you nothing. Just hit like, leave a comment. That pushes us in the algorithm, so we can actually share real information, not just pure propaganda in the space at the moment. Because we actually do care about truth. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? How's Ukraine doing these days, Billy? Not great. Attritional warfare, it always goes not well. End of the empire. Someone said that to me yesterday about it. Someone actually said that exact word to me. Let me have a look. What is it? Oh, wait, I'll just do so fucking Jewish. Says, what you were doing, America's Talk Show, can help host. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know America's Talk Show, but yeah, I've thought about getting one of my mates in to actually help host this and just do 24-hour streams. Thank you for the donation, brother. Appreciate that. What did he say? Oh, here we go.
I found it. I found the American embassy. I found the American. Where was it? Anniversary. Wrong one. I found the American parade very cheesy and over the top. It's just an extremist one like we see all around the world. It's really end of the empire stuff, chest puff, trying to make everyone know it's still the Roman Empire before it collapses. Right, I'm just scrolling on what's it called? Telegram, just to see if we've got any updates anywhere. Okay, so some are reporting that there's now Israeli airstrikes against the Natanz nuclear enrichment facility. So again, those that said on day one that said the Natanz nuclear enrichment facility is just completely destroyed, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, look, from what I've seen, you can't confirm that. Now Israel's doing more strikes on it. So if it was destroyed that day, you know what? You know what you wouldn't be doing? You wouldn't be wasting multi-million-dollar munitions and risking planes worth tens of millions on that. So we know it's not destroyed. So yeah, more Israeli airstrikes against Iran right now. So once we start getting footage, I'll start sharing it. Alan said, I've given more to you than last night's strippers. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. We appreciate Alan, guys, even if he does drink and go to the rippers a lot. So let me just go back on me. Let me see if we've got anything of the current Israeli strikes that are occurring against Iran. Okay, nothing on that. Nothing there. AMK Mapping has set up a buy me a coffee. Great. No, nothing. Right, I'll continue looking. This is funny. That is funny. Tell me you didn't laugh at that. Legit, I think China's just waiting on, like, you guys are all just going to be fucking around weakening each other, and then we're just going to step in and be like, ni hao, we are now the rulers. So it is being said from, oh yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting for me, maybe not interesting for anyone else. Keegan Finn, thank you for becoming a mini Willy member. So Lin Jian, who's spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, has said this. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi had a phone call with the Iranian Sayed Abbas on Saturday. China explicitly condemns Israel for violating Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. China firmly opposes the brutal attacks targeting Iranian officials and core civilian CAS, and supports Iran in safeguarding its national sovereignty, defending its legitimate rights and interests, and protecting the safety of its people. Israel's actions severely violate the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, as well as basic norms of international relations. So again, a lot of people refer to the UN or the UN Charter when it suits them and not others. Helter Seltzer says, Marty boy, thank you, Helter Seltzer, for the donation. In particular, its attack on Iran's nuclear facility sets a dangerous precedent and could lead to catastrophic consequences. China supports the international community in upholding justice and speaking out promptly. China also urges countries with influence over Israel to make concrete efforts to restore peace. China is willing to maintain communication with Iran and other relevant parties and continue to play a constructive role in easing tensions. China hopes that Iran will ensure the safety of Chinese institutions and personnel. So pretty firmly worded, given it's from officials as well, that we support Iran, and speaking on the UN rights for independence and sovereignty as well. Right. Okay, I haven't seen this. This is from Fox News. Missiles and interceptors. Is there any way at the moment, if you are in Israel, to get out? I know, Ben Gurion Airport, of course, is closed, but is there any way for people to actually leave? Because people are claiming that people can't leave, but is there any boats or anything leaving? Maybe across to Cyprus? Because that is what someone spoke about before, is due to Israel having, everyone has 2 passports, you could just have a mass exodus of people. Right. So I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. But yeah, we have been heard that there are strikes currently towards Iran, but we will see. Just trying to go through the pages that I typically follow, see if we've got anything. If you guys see anything, remember, feel free to drop it in the chat and I'll go have a look. Okay, Studio Raynar. What's stopping Trump from just doing what Bush did, where no war is declared and limit media coverage? Nothing is stopping that man. Nothing at all. Right. Okay. Sorry. So, yeah, China's definitely on the side. Not maybe not as far as a kinetic military sense, but they have really said explicitly that they condemn any actions by Israel. What will bring a lot of people, you got to remember, a lot of people share that opinion. Maybe not the Western leaders. I think a lot of Western leaders do. They're just too afraid to speak out. Like, I believe a lot of European Western, like, ultra progressive leaders do not agree with anything that is going on in the Middle East, but they're too scared to speak out against it because of America and the UK and France. Like, there's no way someone as progressive, lefty, whatever you want to call it, as Kaya Kallas or von der Leyen isn't going to be out there at all the pro-Palestine riots or protests and demonstrations unless, they felt like there was some pressure from like the US to uphold the narrative. Does that make sense? Geez, I'm bonking hard tired-wise. I've had 2 big coffees today, like double coffees. So I've had 4 actual shots of coffee today, but I'm draining tired. I don't know. Doing lives isn't actually that easy, to be honest. It looks easy,
but it's really not. Trying to keep it going the whole time. Sofa King Jewish, thank you for becoming a Stop It's Too Big, the highest tier member. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Even with the great version, it controls capital. Algeria sending an C-130 to Israel. Haven't seen it, man. Can you point to where it's from? I'll have a look. Oh. I'm thinking, you know what I have in the fridge? I have a Monster Energy in the fridge, and I've got Zins on the shelf behind me. That might be the only way to stay awake. Right, we are 40 likes away from 3,700 likes. So if you haven't liked the video yet, legends, make sure you jump on board that, like the video. It'd be good to get to 4,000. We're only 300 away. I feel like we can do it. There'll be 300 people here who haven't. You need food, not monsters. I've had some food. But I have some leftover pork belly in the fridge. Maybe I should eat that. Have China been dissing Israel from starting the war yet? Yeah, absolutely, man. We just went over what the Chinese Foreign Ministry said, and they're not happy about it at all. At all. Right, still waiting on any updates. All right, we're now 250 likes away from 4,000, guys. So if you haven't, jump on that. So if you're new here, remember this is some of the footage we saw of the Iranian missiles getting fired, and then we saw multiple strikes in Israel. A lot of people saying Iran is not running out of missiles, but the launches may be more of the problem for medium to intermediate range ballistics. Alan said Zins, coffee, Monster Quiche, and Tabasco. What I'd give to be your toilet. Yeah, mate, it's rough. Right, let me see. Is anything new currently? So I can't find anything confirming those claimed Israeli strikes back in Iran at the moment. I'll keep looking for you. Apollo Agris, thank you for becoming an average Willy member. I appreciate that, man. Someone says China's the largest buyer of Iranian oil. Yes, China buy, I think, 90% of Iranian oil. It's in their interest to keep the Gulf open and keep oil prices not from absolutely skyrocketing, which could then occur. Flight radar, Algerian C-130. Okay, going in this direction. So Israeli page is saying any ballistic missiles, do not post videos or photos, no matter what. It's important. Do not, this isn't a joke, do not share footage. So all the Israeli pages are very harsh on do not share any of the footage. China's also mad from Nate Thomas because of the Israel-India weapons deal. What is the Israel-India weapons deal? I do try and keep a track on a lot of India's weapons deals. But can you, just say specifically which one? But footage will always come out. Sorry, I'm not stuffing around. I'm trying to actually find anything for you guys. So what's going on? How long does it take for a missile launch from Iran to get to Israel? It really depends on the type, but sometimes only a few minutes. If it's hypersonic, a few minutes. I've heard 4 minutes. Jeep Australia. G'day, mate. I hope you do well. Have you looked into Thomas Seyfried, the professor of biology and cancer? He's a leader I'd recommend. Okay, thank you, mate. I'll go and have a look. Thank you for your geolocation. My God, your donation, not geolocation. Apollo Agris says, keep the good work. I've been watching your updates for over a year now. I don't know why I haven't become a member sooner. Thank you, Apollo Agris. And thank you for watching. Well, I'm glad you're a member now. So let me just quickly see if we've got any updates on Telegram at this point in time. Yeah, carrier group moving to Middle East, as we know. Right, this is the thing, is it comes in waves, hey, and it's hard to know. It's hard to know when it's coming and when it's not. Like, went out for coffee, quiet all morning, went out for coffee, things get crazy. Sophie Jewish, another donation from himself saying, only Saudi America is 100% behind Israel. Tell the Jew this number in you. So I don't know, but yes, America is definitely supporting all of this. Afternoon, Willie. Hope all's well. Afternoon, mate. I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, we're just we had a bit of a hectic first hour of the stream, and then it slowed down. But as always, man, this comes in peaks and troughs.
Right. Still scrolling Telegram, seeing if there's any updates at the moment. We'll continue seeing. Guys, we are 175 likes away from 4,000, which would be a bit of a record. So do that, hit that, and then post in the chat too. We'll continue pumping this up a little bit. Right, a lot of the pages are very quiet at the moment. Oh, now we're 140 away. Yeah, the goal is going to be 4,000. Right, and FU says, who's enjoying this more, Saudi Arabia or Turkey? Probably Saudi, because they might be able to make an absolute tin of money off oil. Oh, wrong one. Right, let me continue looking. Right, still just tracking along slow, guys. Remember, this is the thing, is it's slow, everything all at once. Scuba Greg, first saw you on the Speak the Truth podcast and watched every video and streamed since. Morning poops with Billy, that's how I start my day. Scuba Greg, thank you, mate, very much. So you've been here now a couple of years. Thanks, mate, I appreciate that. Alec, g'day, mate. What do you think about our government? What do you think about our government being against nuclear power sources, peace of the world, and glory to then what the West would call the axis of upheaval? I do not understand the obsession with being against nuclear energy. I just don't see how we're ever going to create baseload power with the renewables which are currently available. Yeah, that's my thing. I think nuclear power is the future. It's very expensive, yeah, but I just don't see what other option there is. Sophie King Jewish, thank you for gifting memberships to 50 people. I'm sure people will really, really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. As well as Max CC has said, thank you again for the streams and content. Praise to your health and happiness. Thank you, Max CC. So 50 people are now members. Fantastic. That's great. All we need now is 78 more people and we reach our goal of 4,000 likes for the video. Seltzer, thank you for gifting memberships. That's amazing also. Right, if you see anything that I'm missing, guys, let me know, and I'll try and find it as soon as I can. Ike White says, does this hurt Russia? Iran supply Shahed drones. No. Thank you for the donation, but no, Iran does not supply Shahed drones. The media want you to believe that. No, the drones Russia use are Garans. What Iran uses Shaheeds. Yes, the Garan 2 and Shahed are the same drone, but it is an analog of the system. What Russia bought was Russia bought the license to make them. Iran could not exist tomorrow and Russia would still operate thousands of Garan 2 and 3 drones. So, no. The media like to say that to try and make it look like the war is spilt over.
Shit, there was something I saw that I wanted to talk on. Ah, it doesn't matter. Alberto Cruz. Ah, no message, but thank you, brother. I hope that you are doing really, really well. We are 15 likes away from 4,000, guys. All we need is 15 of you. Whoever's remaining and hasn't liked the video, just like it, and we'll get there at 4,000. Well, it'll be fun. Right, I'm just going to refresh my pages, see if there's anything new news coming through. No, not on there. No, not on there. Oh, boys, exactly 4,000. Show some love. Yeah, exactly. Wait, I'm going to take a photo of that, of the 4,000. Bang. Look at that. Thanks, boys. Maybe some W's in the chats for you guys. Oh, shit. Like my phone's going off. Right. Oh shit, the chat is going nuts. Sometimes the chat rate's sat at like 60 to 70. Sometimes the chat rate's been like 110. What's crazy? Okay, so Stanislav Stanskaevsky, thank you for the PayPal donation. He said, not much. Just want to say, you're a legend. I do hope you are looking after yourself with the recent streams. We don't want you to compromise your health. Take it easy on me. Aussie Morning Coffee. Great fight. From Live Love Vancouver's Power Generation, China's working on nuclear fusion and artificial sun. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of technology in other places of the world around nuclear energy. So thank you for your donation. Nate Thomas said, Trump proxy can hurt China before trade talks ends. Not really. No. It's not going. What's happening here is not going to be at all like existential to China. It may have a bit of an effect. Trust me, it's going to affect nations way closer involved that are actually supplying and reliant than it is China. China will just buy oil from somewhere else. They just get it cheap from Iran, but they will just, well, I guarantee you, Russia will happily sell China more oil. Likely at a discount. Russia's got oil to get rid of. What is the oil price? The oil price still isn't high. It's 74.8. That's not high. Like when we look at this of what it's been over the last year, it's not high at all. If we go 5 years, the oil's not high. It's really not. Alonzo Artegas, it's unrelated Minnesota politician shooter just caught. Good. I'm glad that they are caught. Thank you for the donation, brother. Supreme says, what do you think the outcome of the war will be since Israel's going after Gaza and Iran? Will there be relative peace in the Middle East for a bit? No. I think this is going to further destabilize the Middle East probably for like another decade, which is not what the people there need whatsoever.
Right. Sorry, I'm just trying to read through everything on the Telegram, see what is actually being updated or not. And as well, I was chatting to AMK Mapping, and he says thank you for all the support, which we've done very little, but it's great to see AMK is doing well. Now, do you think the US will drop a Moab in Tehran? No, I don't think so. Jay Reed, thank you for the donation, says, speak the truth is where I first met you. Back then I was still drinking Kool-Aid when I found History Legends and learned more from Mr. McGregor and Mr. Horton. My prayers are with you. Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate it. Have you read any of Horton's books? Very, very interesting stuff. So look, this gives us a better idea of the reality of the oil at this time. Remember, this is the Russia-Ukraine war's beginning up to $117. But this has potential to go back up to there. It really does. Rusty FKR, thank you for becoming the level 2 average Willy member. You are a legend. Just remember at this point in time, guys, both Tel Aviv, both Israel and Iran, they are all trying to get your approval at the moment. Their propaganda is aimed at getting your support. So again, just take a breath before believing things. Think about it more. And remember too, we don't have any we don't have mods in the chat, so you guys just block who you want. Tuxedo Mask says, no Iranian ever called me Goy. Okay. Thank you for the donation, Tuxedo Mask. Someone said yesterday, Willie calling me, saying G'day Legends is better than your local kebab shop calling you big guy, or whatever it was. That was very funny. That made me laugh. I'm still thinking about it. Thank you, Keystone Pirate, mate. Yes, trying our best for free speech. And sort of, I'm a free speech absolutist. Like, whether I disagree or not, you know. What is Brent? What is Ural's crude? Ural's crude is at 68. Okay, that's important. That's had a rise today. Actually, Ural's crude has had a bigger rise. Oh, am I right? Yeah, Ural's crude's had a bigger rise than anything else, I believe. That's interesting. Unstable Vault, thank you for becoming an average Willy member. Supreme Greaser, thank you for the donation. Modern War is boring. World War II would have been easy to spectate and understand. Just patiently waiting for the end of days in the midst of it all. You never know, mate. You might get your wish. Thank you for the donation as well. As BG says, oil is blood money right now. I pulled my trades. Mate, I'm not much of an investor or a trader, but I wouldn't bother trying to invest, like ethically invest. I'm all about that Lockheed Martin dollars. And Riley White, thank you for becoming level 3 Mega Willy. Legend. Thank you. Right. We are still marching on, gentlemen. Right. Okay, let me check Telegram, see what's changing. Haifa power plant still on fire. Apparently non-critical. So the People's Liberation Navy, which is China's navy, for the first time has more active carriers in the Western Pacific than the US, now that the US has moved the Nimitz from the Western Pacific. So that's interesting, but maybe we will see something happen. I don't think, but imagine that as a live stream. Imagine we're live streaming and next thing, fucking shit's going down in China. China. Just going to do some refreshing, guys, see what's coming through. Can someone drop in the chat what time it is currently in Tel Aviv? It'll give us an idea of what we're about to see or not. Everyone says China has zero real-world battle experience. Okay. Please tell me when we had real-world battle experience and how many of those guys remain in the military. I'll wait. I was in the military. By like 2018, there was no one who had actual, any experience, let alone conventional warfare experience. The most experience is insurgency style warfare. This idea that China's got no battlefield experience, yeah, I agree. The only countries with conventional battlefield experience against drones and artillery and armored movement, the only experience against that is currently in Ukraine and Russia. That is the experience at the moment. And both the West is trying to exploit Ukraine's experience and China will try and exploit Russia's experience. But if you think that we're stepping in with all these battlefield experience and they're not, that's just a lie. Go to an infantry battalion, go see an infantry march and see who has medals on their chest. And we know in protracted war, what you enter the war with is very different to how you'll fight later on in the war, and not to underestimate the ability to evolve and progress. As I have been saying recently, we've seen that particularly in the recent, in the Russian failures early in Ukraine versus what we're looking at now. And as I always say, and you can put it in the chat if you want, would you rather fight the 2022 Russian army or the 2025 Russian army? And one of the biggest mistakes you can make is to think that your adversary is not going to evolve. And if we stepped into protracted warfare with China, it would be the biggest mistake we could make. Riley White, thank you for the donation, says Tel Aviv is 5 hours behind WA time, so 6.5 hours behind South Australia, I believe. Okay, so 6.5 hours behind me. Sturmy said, did all the nukes fall when I was gone? Yes, they did. EU calls for tougher sanctions on Russian oil at G7. It's not going to happen with what's happening in oil at the moment, in my opinion. Like with the uncertainty in oil markets in the US, I can't see tougher sanctions going down on oil. Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot to write to someone. Jason Smith, flight radar shows US air-to-air tankers flying east. People are reporting 21 tankers so far. Press the U button up top for military aircraft. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, Jace, we have seen that. We've heard that it's up to 24 US Air Force aircraft are currently flying in the direction of Europe, flying east.
Tyler Willis says, I'll never understand how carpet bombing cities in World War II Vietnam was okay, and now all of a sudden drone striking a dual-purpose target is genocide. Well, different times, Tyler, but yeah, that sadly is war, and what is classified as wrong or right depends on who's doing it most of the time. It depends what flag is on the tail of the aircraft, man. Sadly, that's the way it is, and we try and be as objective as possible. Right, that's what I was going to do. I am going to go for a wee, and I'm going to get myself a can of Coke no sugar. I feel like a little treat. That's about as treat as I can get. Is once every couple of days I have a can of like Coke no sugar or something. So that's the way it is. Don't at me. Right, guys, I'll be gone. We just ticked over 50,000 total views too for the chat for the stream. So that's fantastic. Maybe W's in the chat for that. Right, I'll continue monitoring the situation. I'll be back in just a minute for a piss and a Coke. And Paulie L says, really just joined the stream. Think the US will be landing some bunker busters to Israel. I'm not a fan of the US getting into another war. Hey, mate, thank you for joining. Yeah, I think they'll be flying in some more, but the delivery aircraft is the problem for Israel. That a lot of the bunker busters that could maybe get through into these facilities, a lot of those, I'll show you in a sec actually, but a lot of those are only carryable by American bombers. Right, thank you guys. Continue the W's in the chat, and I'll be back in just a minute. Just going to go get a wee and a Coke.
دقيقة يا ولاد دقيقة.
G'day, gentlemen. We are back. Right. We will keep doing an update. I was only away for a little bit, and then wait, you can hear this. Oh, the old Coke Ziz. Cheers, gentlemen. Is anyone else at work? You're at work just watching my videos? Mate, slacking off. Now, as I said yesterday, I haven't had a chance at all to make a video today. So this is the video today, guys. So thank you for being here. I'm not going to have time to make a video tonight. Oh. Right. Is anything new on the pages? It is, again, eerily quiet. I'll be back in 1 second, my Right, my bad. Sorry, I left you on a black screen. My doorbell went off, and I'm right at the back of the house. My doorbell went off, and I was like, shit. I've been waiting on a parcel for like 2 weeks. So I had to run down the back of the house so he didn't leave. He was on the way leaving. He rang the doorbell and just left. Don't let them take you alive. Yeah, exactly. Right. Willie was drone striked. Oh, you let Adelaide down by drinking Coke no sugar instead of Pepsi Max. See, I think full strength Coke is better than full strength Pepsi, but Pepsi Max is better than zero Coke. Fucking big brain energy on the conversation today on the stream. It wasn't a beeper, was it? Yeah, for some reason someone in the post just gave me a oh fuck, what they called? A pager. Someone just put a pager in the post. Neck minute. Right, sorry, I'm just trying to look and see if there's any new news for you. So what do you guys really think the odds are? Are we going to see this? Are we going to see B2? Dropping the Willy, aka the mass ordnance penetrator. Paul L says, I forgot, are you in Sydney? No, I'm in Adelaide, South Australia. Bit of a shit city, but I love it. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Wait, I want to look up... shit, what is the article called? Does anyone remember? I showed you a study the other day regarding 27 tankers. Okay, so now we're up to 27 tankers. Yeah, those 27 tankers, they're on their way to something to do with this. Don't get into a war you can't win. There was a Randall Russi article I showed you the other day regarding these facilities. I just wanted to show you it for a second. Maybe it's in my bin. Oh, here we go. That's not it. God damn. Let me just try and Google this. I think it's a Rand article. Israel. There was a thing the other day I showed you. It was basically a breakdown about is there actual ability to break through these bunkers, and it's one of the best actual breakdowns of what I've seen of like this is how far these can penetrate versus the reality, versus what Israel actually has. But I can't find it anymore. I shared it the other day. Oh, here we go. I think I may have found it. So I haven't read this, but For Rusi, for Financial Times of Rusi has said Natanz is not Iran's only enrichment facility. Its most hardened site at Fordow has not been affected, nor have a number of other key nuclear sites across the country. Should Iran make a decision to produce a nuclear weapon, it would likely do that at a hardened and potentially still secret site. So you don't know. There's still areas that they may not even know about, guys. This is the problem, and this is where the risk is that Israel may have to rely on American help, and if American help doesn't come, well, that's a problem. So then we go on to this, and this is what I showed you the other day, is we have then these, oh shit, how do I do this? The facilities, the depth of the facility. So Natanz, we're talking various estimates, 8 meters underground, some say 22 meters of earth, 12 meters reinforced concrete. So you get an idea. But look at how shallow this is compared to ones that are 10 times as deep as then the Fordow or some of these other facilities that could be 80 to 100 meters underground. So much deeper again, likely deeper, and others that may not even know about that could be deeper again. Just wait a sec, I'll do this. Tracer, who's a Mega Willy member. Samson option doesn't involve nukes. Mossad will send everyone in the world a pager. You never know. So this is what I'm talking about, is these depths here. And then we go through to the table of the ordnance and what is available to drop the ordnance. And we have GBU 57, you need B2, B21, yeah, okay. And then we go down to like this, B72, 72B GBU. We're talking, 10 meters, and these can be dropped by F-15E B2 Spirit. Again, unsure if Israel can operate this. And then we get down to the air law, these sort of things that, you're talking 6 meters, and this is in concrete. F-16 Israel, F-15 Israel, okay? And then we have GBU 28, 6 meters, F-15 Israel. So these are the ones you're talking about. But if you look at then the depth of these facilities, of the known facilities, it's much, much deeper. And the problem is, has this been launched with no way to breach these facilities other than US involvement? And what will be done to get US involved? Is the US prepared to be involved? I don't know. So that's where there should be some concern. Right, I'm just trying to look. God, I hate people who use ads on Telegram. Okay, back to my beautiful head. What are we doing? 3 hours. So how long did we stream for this morning? Can someone go on my channel and just tell me how long I streamed for this morning? Sorry, I'm just reloading everything, making sure we're not missing. 4 hours. So what are we doing? 7 hours. Was it exactly 4 hours or was it more? 4.25 hours. So yeah, we've been doing, what are we at? 7 hours and 20 minutes. So we've been doing a long day, boys. A couple of long days. Right, here we go. We have something new. We haven't had much. Oh, no, sorry. That's not new. It's just being shared by a page which hadn't shared it previously. This is Ausint Defender. Here, footage showing Never Team Airbase, southern Israel during the ballistic attack. Malfunction for the surface-to-air missile. An interceptor has been launched to break apart the warhead, nearly striking the launcher based on flight profile. Likely Arrow 2 or 3. Less likely, but still possible, THAAD. So that's a big thing. So, okay. Can someone look up the price of an Arrow 3 system? Probably incredibly expensive, but it could be possibly a THAAD, which is if it's hitting a launcher, it could be $100 million or more depending on what it's hit. So yeah, we can see, and this is exactly what we said. I actually reckon we were like the first ones on this. Anyone who's been in the chat, we said, we were watching this footage and said, that looks wrong when this then had a malfunction. So, has broken apart and potentially, or has hit one of the other launchers. obviously cooking off. So, big problem. Paulie L says, I'm glad you're not in Israel. You're a global treasure. Well, I'm glad I'm not in Israel as well, because if I was, there's no way I could be live streaming right now, because the Israeli police are cracking down on everyone live streaming, apparently. Right. Israeli Home Front Command, both mandatory and reserve, are deployed operating simultaneously at rocket impact sites carrying extensive search and rescue. So there's still extensive search and rescue happening at impact sites. Iran is claiming that they use new methods to make Israeli systems target each other. So Iran is trying to claim, you know, that missile system we just saw target itself? Iran is claiming that they used some new tactic to make it target itself, which, worst case scenario, just destroyed a $100 million launcher or more, or $100 million worth of interceptors, let alone the launcher itself. CNN has reported Iranian strikes have damaged electricity grid in central Israel. Teams are working on the ground to neutralise safety hazards, in particular the risk of electrocution due to electrical wires. Well, yeah, it's going to happen. Right, yeah, a lot happening. So for those, we've just bumped up in the numbers in the chat a little bit. We're still monitoring the situation. Again, we can't have everything all the time, but we are hearing about air defense systems targeting themselves. Iran's claiming they're using a new tactic for it, as well as we have up to 27 or 28 American aircraft moving then across America. So we have this here of quick video showing tonight's tanker movement over the northeast. So coming out over the northeast of America, heading in the direction of Europe, and they're not going to the exercise in Finland. They're going to support this. Oh, the weather has really turned. I can hear it smacking on the roof. '27 air tankers is something you'd need to fly at peak 1985 Soviet Army, not Iran. That's absurd, even for the Gulf War. I don't know, man. Well, it's yeah, it might be an absurd amount, but otherwise, I don't have any other explanation of why that many tankers are going. If you've got other ideas around why we've seen 30 plus American tankers heading towards Europe, I'm all ears. It's not for an exercise. They're just stretching their wings. There may be. Right, just do a refresh on everything, making sure we're actually up to date. Someone asked what's Iran's hypersonic count. I have no idea. No idea. Someone said there's a military exercise in 2 days. Yeah, the NATO exercise is on in Finland right now. For that size exercise, you need like 1 or 2 tankers. That's it. You do not need this many. And it's already on. So Hanok said Israel wouldn't be able to defend itself alone. If America is getting involved to bail them out, then it's good night Iranian regime. Well, you never know. Yeah, we don't know what America's plan is with this. We do know, of course, we want to know, but we're not going to figure out. But Israel really want America involved. Nate Thomas, use B2 US to deny what's the word going to do to the US? Nothing. That's the thing. If the US use B21, B2 to just flatten these areas, realistically, the effect will be it won't be military, but it'll be political. More countries will move away from America, and it'll speed that up. This war, whether down in Gaza, or Lebanon, or now Iran, that has sped up global South's movement away from the West as is. It's sped that up. It's bloody turbo boosted it. Sturmy said, I'm going to bed, wake me up when nukes drop. No worries. Someone give Sturmy a call when the nuclear weapons start falling. Michael Gelk, it's probably pronounced wrong, but he says, if US wants deniability for a B-2 strike, it'll be while the US tankers are in the air and Israeli strikes are providing suppression of air defense. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, if we do see that, we'll see Israeli fighters in the air for suppression and destruction of air defense, so SEAD and DEED. We'll see a number of tankers in the air, and then we'll see large strikes. Like if we start seeing massive penetrators dropping on for Dow and then Tans, we'll know what it is. Do you think something big's happening? I think so. And then Dakota says, I hoped Israel wouldn't try and pull what they did in the past and attack a US ship to make it look like Iran. And that's the thing. If it gets desperate to involve the US, there is real threat of something like false flag. Willie, interested in your thoughts on scenario the Hormuz closes, given shale and Canadian oil fields. Does Trump respond all that forcefully, let it sit for a while? I don't know. By rising oil prices, the US, they're an oil giant, but they can't just have oil go out of control around the world because it helps a lot of their competitors too. So I'm not really sure what America would do if there was further strikes or closing of the Hormuz Strait. Also, I don't know. Paul says that a flight attendant on B2 is generally attractive. Well, I know it has a toilet, but I think it's just got the 2 pilots. Right. What else is going on in the world? Yeah, Australian share market's green.
including like ones that track the US. Shit, you need to remind me tomorrow morning, guys. If I'm live tomorrow morning, I desperately need to get a blood test tomorrow morning. I have to get a blood test so I can start chemo next week. If I forget, I'll be in trouble with the doctor. So make sure I do that. Brad Kempton says, Willie, what are your views on how Israel's operating in Gaza? I think it's outside a lot of the laws that we should self-impose on ourselves. I think retaliation was just in the beginning, but I think it's gone way, way too far. And the nature of the shelling and mortaring is ridiculous. I know there's a lot of tunnels and cisterns within civilian areas, but it's not every single building where you have to then have a bulldozer move through. So, yeah, everyone has a right to self-defense, but there's still also lines in the sand of how far it can go. And it's done us so much damage. The way that's operated has done decades worth of damage to how America is seen around the world. And limiting food, water, whatever, we wouldn't let anyone else get away with it. And as I said the other day, if Zelensky started attacking Russian cities like that, we would also say you can't do that as well. So you cannot have a hierarchy of human suffering due to colour of someone's skin or their religious belief. Yeah, using food and water as a weapon is not something nations should do, especially nations of which we pay for. So the deaths have raised actually dramatically in Israel. So from that attack that we saw this morning, our time, it was being reported that 3 Israeli civilians were killed. Now it's 16 are getting reported through like our Israeli channels, saying 16 were killed, hundreds of civilians wounded. Right, see if there's any more information I can share with you guys. Right. Still just trying to find information, lads. If anything news coming out, remember, we do it as it comes. Meanwhile, I drink my Coke Ziz. Right, I'll refresh everything. Paulie L says, Willie, have you considered running for Global Emperor? You have my vote. Mate, maybe we need a Global Emperor. But he put the lid on some things. Don Zuga says, who the hell is Willie OAM? Mate, I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure he has a massive ordnance penetrator and Israeli forces are trying to use him. Michael J says, hold off on the chemo. Please look up the Joe Tippins protocol of Ivermectin, Fenben, and have 2 people close to me cure that with it. Thank you, Michael. I'm still going to continue with the treatment, but I am looking into alternatives. Hanok says, do you think that Iran has exhausted its missiles? Do you think they have more or more advanced ones yet to launch? So I don't know, Hanok. I don't believe that Iran is close to exhausting its missiles. I think they lost a lot in Israeli strikes, but I think they've probably got a lot still to go.
From people I've been talking to, they seem to suggest that there are some more high-tech ones still in their arsenal, so we will see. Someone says trips for the boys soon. I think there might be trips for the boys. But with drone warfare, infantry is not as fun as it used to be. Oh, shit. Sorry. That's my bad. I'm coming back. I clicked out of something. 1 minute. My pager blew up. Yeah, the big question will be what's going to run out first? Is it going to be Israeli air defense or Iranian missiles? We know Iranian missiles. We know Iranian air defense has been hit very, very hard, but we also know they've got massive underground facilities with a lot of their arsenal protected. David says the fact that they're shooting off no more than 100 each night suggests they're rationing themselves already. Yeah, but you may be better off if you say we can sustain 100 a night for 3 weeks. You're better off doing that than just firing 500 in one night. It's all about pressure. Bubblegum gun, we lost W2. We need Nick Fuentes, less cucks. Nick Fuentes, the live streamer on Rumble. I've only seen clips, but it seems pretty extreme at sometimes. Let me look. Right. Still following, guys. It's pretty slow on the information front at the moment. As soon as things change, we'll know. Like, we are keeping up to date with like 50 different pages at the moment. What does this page say? No, nothing interesting. Again, if there's any footage I show which you guys want to see, you can find it easily on Twitter or Telegram. Everything's being shared around, especially on Twitter. As like there's no copyright laws at all on Twitter. People just pick stuff, repost it as theirs, and then it gets monetized. Like on YouTube, like I'm essentially doing the same thing, but you're adding enough to it to make it under fair use policy that you are like adding value, not just reposting. Stu says the charge of the 4th and 12th, lest we forget. Absolutely, mate.
My God, these are Iranians on rooftops eating popcorn while watching the strikes come. Rooftop Korean behavior. Yeah, exactly. Knuckles, welcome back. He says, earlier I've seen many different reports saying seismic activity coming out of one of the Iranian nuclear sites. Some saying nuke test, others saying earthquake. Did you hear anything of it? Yeah, I heard about it, and 2.5 magnitude. I don't know. It doesn't seem too dramatic, but it could have been bunker busters. It'd be well below a nuclear test. Or it could just legitimately be an earthquake too. But I am unsure. David Luck, thank you for the PayPal. Right. Sure, Martin, much love. You too, brother. Right, let's see. Right, still, yeah, it's actually surprisingly little footage coming out of these strikes. Like I actually expected significantly more. So it does seem that the Israeli population is really listening to the military and the police in saying, "Do not post anything." You got to remember, there's missiles on a city of 4 million people, and like 5 videos come out. Right. Tasmanaut says, I think they got hit much harder than reported. I agree. I think the hits were a lot harder than has actually been reported. So, again, that makes sense. You're never going to report how hard you actually get hit. It's, like I said, both sides of this are vying for your attention and your approval. That is the propaganda war of the propaganda war that is going on. That's why you need to be careful online too. That's what we're trying to get through. We try and cut through propaganda and just give a real idea of what is actually occurring. Scotty says, glad to see you still streaming.
Anything new over the past hour or so? No, nothing new over the past hour, mate. Just monitoring the situation as we go. No more news on this. Again, you never know. That's why I'm sort of ready to go at all times in case something does. We can just jump online. So those strikes came in what time? About 10 o'clock my time this morning. Right, okay. I'm just trying to work out when I get up and when I stream tomorrow. Because I need to duck out in the morning for a blood test. I'll do that first thing in the morning, like as soon as they open, so I can get in and out of there quickly in case things happen. So there's still a max exodus of civilians out of Tehran. We have heard Israel requesting civilians in Tehran to leave. But the question is too, where do they go? So Reuters is saying that Iranians informed Qatari and Omani mediators they will only pursue serious negotiations once Iran has completed its response to Israeli preemptive strikes. Iran has made it clear that we will not negotiate while we're under attack. We have some new photographs as well of these strikes into Israel. You can see these buildings hold up remarkably well against whatever's hitting. This is where a lot of this is. A lot of what's hitting, I believe, is just concrete dud warheads, but relying on the kinetic energy being the speed to do damage. The Iranians are losing their TELs, their transporter erector launchers, from the Israeli Air Force and Mossad strikes. That's why there's less and less fired. Yeah, so it's the launchers that are getting whacked. It's not exactly the systems themselves. So it'll be interesting to see if they can actually maintain this. Remember, losing the missile is not that important. It's losing the launcher that's important. So these are some of the footage coming out of Tel Aviv. So you can see a massive destruction on a lot of this. Does anyone have a good count on how many launches yet? Some are saying 30 of 200, but I can't confirm that. Right, let me quick refresh, see what's new in the media. Jerry Buxton, thank you for becoming an Average Willie member, brother. It's being reported Syria's new president, Ahmed Sharaa, so you know the guy that was in an absolute terror group and now he's the best friend of Macron and Trump. Yeah, that guy. There was $10 million bounty on his head until, he's a good guy now. He's authorised the use of Syrian airspace by Israeli forces and pro-Israeli forces of America to intercept Iranian drones and missiles. So this bloke, who I'm sure you're aware of, he's authorised Syrian airspace to be used by, Israel and America, basically, and anyone else supporting. I am surprised to see the lack of Israeli strikes today. I know I've said it multiple times, but I'm surprised we haven't seen more and more and more. Someone says, hard to cheer Israeli and Ukrainian close drone launches when China owns land literally next to all of our air bases. Yeah, that's very true. That's a huge issue too. Right, legends, what is on for your week? On another topic, what are you guys up to? I'm still getting more ready for my and my partner's trip to the US. It's only in a couple of weeks, but it's unbelievable. War Thunder. Never played it. I've seen a lot of clips though. Lots and lots of clips. Breaking bread and eating it. If the world doesn't end by then, yeah, exactly. Find a way to enable subtitles. I really like these subjects, but I don't know much English. Hugs from Brazil. Curious Cides Pelo Mondo. I hope that you're well, brother. I don't know. Can someone please advise how to turn subtitles on a live stream? I know on a video, mate, there's a little cog down the bottom right. If you press on that cog, you should be able to go auto translate. Hit that and then auto translate to then Spanish. Maybe Iran has knocked out a lot of runways. I don't know, Chris. Runways can be fixed pretty quickly, but we will see. Come to the Pacific Northwest for a beer on me. Incredible views while you're here. Mate, I wish I was coming up to the Pacific Northwest. The closest I'm making it to there, which is still a long way, is I'm making it to Nebraska, but that's as far as I'm going. AMK Mapping, he says, I think there's an option on YouTube Studio, but I might be wrong. Okay. Well, as always, let's listen to AMK Mapping because he's on the ball. Now, legends as well. You've heard me say it, but go and follow AMK Mapping. Just type it into YouTube or Telegram. You will find it. And just wait. Dom Zuga says, are you a Jew? No, I'm not Jewish. You seem pro-Israel without a doubt. Mate, I try and be as objective as unbiased as possible. Right. What is there to do in Nebraska? I have a friend's event. Don Zuga has then asked the same question again, but thank you for the 4 USD. Right. Oh, well, as I was saying, guys, AMK Mapping, go follow him, Telegram, Twitter. He's also started a Buy Me a Coffee page. So if you'd like to donate to himself, that's just on his page. I think it's one of the top things at the moment. So yeah, it's a great option as well. Now, paid no, alter content, no, chapters, language, title, description, recording date. I'm trying to find if I can turn, if there's, I can't find in YouTube if there's ability to turn on captions. Restrictions, none. I'm trying to find this for you. Oh, allow automatic chapters and, oh no, that's not it. Automatic, no. Comments on. Basic. Sorry, I don't actually know how to turn on subtitles. I'll have a look later. I might do some Googling. Redonkulous says, just sending some love your way. Thanks for all the good work. Wishing you the best. Thank you, mate. Mel Gibson was right about them. We have seen Mel Gibson is not a fan of the Jews. Yes, Swarm. I'm former 7RR, so I was reading your message. There's no subtitle option in the settings. It was not activated. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can add subtitles my end. If anyone can figure that out, I'm more than happy to turn them on, but I don't know how. Will I do live reporting in Israel? Even if I wanted to go, there's no way for me to actually get into Israel. Like, I can't fly there. And the Israeli police are arresting anyone doing they're arresting anyone doing lives. Yep. So those American jets, they're still going over the Atlantic at the moment. Yeah, Atlantic. Sorry, I almost got my seas mixed up. Really, flotilla. Yeah. Does the Israeli F-35 variant have vertical takeoff? No, I don't believe it does. They have F-35Is. The ones with the vert takeoff are F-35Bs, I believe. Oh. David Moretz on the PayPal. Thank you, Davo. I hope you're doing well, mate. Do a live from Iran. Yeah, that's definitely not happening. Go see the fox, the Pringles fox in Israel. Yeah, the F-35Bs are made for carriers and landing ships. So there is a bit of a difference between like landing ship and carriers. But yes, they are. I've got to admit, someone wrote me an email the other day and said, like, I actually find your audience the most reasonable. That's why I can deal with them. And I thought that was pretty good. And that's like a big pat on the back to you guys. Voltaire says, what false flag in USA do you think we'll see? Mate, I have absolutely no idea. I hope we don't see one. But if we do, I don't know. But probably attacks on US bases in the Middle East, if there was. Paulie L said more references to the Fox in chat. I'm curious as well. I think the Fox found some shelter from the Iranian missiles. Any chance of an official Willie and Desert Fox t-shirt? I'll buy a few. Use ChatGPT. Paulie, I could do that. Paul, I could make some. Actually, Paul, can you email me? Email me, Paul, and I'll get that sorted. Yeah, none of the Iranian missiles yet have landed around where we were with the Fox. Not from what I've seen. There's nothing to really target there. Okay, I'm going to write a note. And then the next time we go live, I'm going to have it, okay? Top of my notepad is going to be Fox merch. Only I would understand what that means. Have you done a recap the last few hours? Look, the last, say, hour and a half, 2 hours have been pretty slow, realistically. But what we got was, when I first came on, so 3 hours 45, we had large Iranian attacks into, I think the most significant were probably into Haifa and Tel Aviv. And then this video in the background, which we see of a Israeli air defense system taking itself out. Okay. Note is down for Fox merch. I'll get that sorted tonight. Send Willie to mediate the conflict. I think I'd be good at mediating conflict. Like, can you guys not all be fucked to each other? How does Zelensky's Facebook, YouTube page have 1 million subs but 3,000, 1,000 views? That's weird. Like Zelensky's YouTube channel, the official one, has 1.3 million subscribers and gets only 3,000 views a video. Is that not wild to you? Wild to me. I saw it on a post and I was like, that can't be it. And then I actually clicked through. Anyway, Alan M said, what's your take on growing distrust of experts and rising conspiracy theories? The growing mistrust in experts is a reaction to them lying to us for so much. Absolutely. And it begun and got absolutely exacerbated by the spicy flu and the lies there. And then again, military experts. Look at ISW, the Institute Study of War, are just absolutely lying about the war in Ukraine. So, yeah. What's the difference between conspiracy theory and truth? About 6 months. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of that. A lot that was held as conspiracy is now just accepted truth. Love your country, fear your government. Yeah, fair enough too. What a time to be alive. Yeah, exactly. It is a weird time to be alive, gentlemen. Good evening from the US. Good evening, mate, from the US. Are you ready to go to war? How's the ISW lying about Ukraine? Legitimate question. Mate, they've had articles for so long just about when there's going to be defeats, quoting numbers, which we know are bullshit. And even down to that there was an article recently that I reshared that said Russia's holding positions to try and make it look like Ukraine's counteroffensive isn't gaining traction. You're like, what? Like, that is just propaganda, as well as they're just completely using numbers which cannot be verified at all. And as Blank said, 1,000 kilometer squares, that is great. Things like that. Paulie L. Yes, I just got it, Paul. Thank you. I just got your email. And thanks for the donation too. So the death toll has risen now to 17 Israelis were killed in those strikes. You can see in some of the footage of the buildings where it has broken into some of the basements. Okay, here we go. Are you ready, gentlemen? Are we ready? Listen to this. AMK Mapping has shared. The US ambassador to Israel stated the American embassy branch in Tel Aviv suffered minor damage from nearby Iranian ballistic missile strike. No injuries.
but the American embassy in Tel Aviv has suffered some damage. Oh, yeah, are you ready? Oh, Alexei sent me a message. Let me see what I can do. Or how do I open that message? Shit. Sorry, it's got a message, but I don't know how to actually open it on my thing. Alexei. Oh, yeah. Shit. How do I? This payment is pending. Alexei, I just got your message. I can't do it yet because it's pending. Apparently. It says once it's pending, I might be able. I think I'll be able to. Shit. How do I get? I don't know how to use this app. I got your message though. I'm not ripping you off. Send pay message. Where's messages? Your wallet. Alexei was meant to send a super chat. See more. Can you send it and I'll just see it in the chat? Because I don't actually know how to do it. I know no one else knows what I'm on about, but he will. Alan M, why is Iran so good at cooking our embassies? Well, we've been good at cooking some of Iran's embassies as well, Alan. Mr. Macbeth claiming that they're going to Finland. Well, they might be. We don't know where they're going, but it doesn't seem like that many would need to go to an exercise in Europe. Oh, message center. You're out of messages. Fuck. Alexei, I'm sorry. I got your message on an email, but I do not know how to then write back or do what you asked. I legitimately apologize, but I do not know. Sorry, Alec. Yeah, I'm legitimately trying. I don't know. I'm meant to receive a one-time code now, but I don't know when it... Apparently, it's not sending to me. That's interesting. Sorry, Alexei, mate. If I can figure it out, I will. So it is 3 o'clock here in Australia. We have now ticked over 8 hours of streaming for the day. So that is a long day, boys. We have had a full work day, which is uncommon for a YouTuber. No, we have a full work day of streaming. Just going to do a little bit of looking around, see if anything has refreshed, any new updates. Right, nothing there. I'm just refreshing all my stuff and seeing if there's anything else. So I reckon, boys, the plan of attack will be very similar to what we did this morning. Up early and then see if we see any strikes come in. US Ambassador Mark Huckabee reports US Embassy branch office in Tel Aviv suffered minor damages last night.
Nigel Travers said, how would a direct Israel-Iran conflict affect the broader Middle East in terms of stability, refugees flows, and economic disruptions? So does that mean as far as like ground war? Refugees flows in the Middle East can be a huge problem into many areas around the world. But as far as stability, the biggest stability is going to be around energy. Energy as well as allies. We read before what the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said. And they have a lot of interest in Iran for Belt and Road Initiative and oil. We know America has huge relationships into their 51st state of Israel. So we don't really know. But it would be catastrophic for further complete Middle Eastern destabilization. That is not what we want. How likely is a ground invasion? I think unlikely. I think very unlikely, but we never know because you've got to move through other countries before doing it. Right. I desperately need a wee after that Coke. Right. I am going to just put this on. You guys can chat away, continue as normal. I desperately need a piss because I drank that Coke Zero. I don't know what it is, but that sort of stuff gets me. How do you starve off the world, journo fangirls? There are no war journalist fangirls, trust me. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to open my parcel that I got too. Okay, see you in a bit. Right, I'm back, boys. Oh, how do I get my... I've lost my mouse. There we go. What's more dangerous, protracted conflict or US getting directly involved in airstrikes? Protracted conflict for losses, yeah. Tiny Destroyer says the involvement of the movement of US assets points to direct involvement. My theory is that US aircraft will operate out of Italy and Romanian use all these tankers to have range to reach Iran. Maybe we'll see the US operate out of Europe and target into Iran. Again, we don't really know. Right. Yeah, Parliament, yeah. 28 tankers now. That's a lot. Willie, check the latest tweet of cats. Okay, let's have a look. I think I saw it on a page. Let me have a look. What's his Twitter name? DM Cats. I did see about the arrogant dictator of Tehran's cowardly murderer. That one? Is that tweet? I just don't know his Twitter name. Yeah, so the tweet goes, I just can't find his actual thing. It goes from Israel, the arrogant dictator of Tehran is a cowardly murderer who explicitly targets civilians in Israel in a desperate attempt to deter the IDF from continuing the attack that is destroying the capabilities of his regime. The residents of Tehran will pay the price soon. Someone says, why are you drinking Coca-Cola for a keto diet? Coke Zero, like zero sugar Coke won't push you out of ketosis. Yeah, a full sugar one would kill me. Someone says, totally doesn't sound evil. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Paul points out, that the Nimitz carryout is bound to be scrapped next year, is going into the Med. Going into the South China Sea. Yeah, it's, that's where a lot of people are pointing towards that we could see actions occur. So Aussie Defender, he's saying this. Third stage rocket motor for a US Navy RIM 161 surface-to-air missile was apparently discovered yesterday in Iran, confirming the Ali Burt class guided missile destroyers with the US Navy likely stationed in the Eastern Med are assisting in the defense of Israel. Now you may wonder how an interceptor missile ended up all the way in Iran. This was likely a result of an SM-3 being used for an exo-atmospheric interception of a ballistic missile fired from Iran, during which parts of it fell back to Earth. But again, remember, the US is not involved in this at all. And this is what we are. This is the post we're after. Israeli Minister of Defense Israel Katz, the arrogant dictator from Tehran, has become cowardly murderer who fires targeted shots at civilian home front in Israel to deter IDF from continuing the attack that is collapsing its capability. The residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon. So, again, you can't have eye for an eye warfare. It doesn't work like that. But, again, yeah, I think there's a bit of a glass houses going on in a lot of that. Jay Perry said, I've watched you since the cruises overhead in Ukraine. Love you, brother. I look forward to your updates every morning on my way to work. Thank you, Jay Perry, bro. Appreciate that, man. Tiny Destroyer says, you are literally the one guy who's fair and takes the piss on both sides of these wars. Man, I'll take the piss out of everyone. Fuck them. Air defenses must cost a fortune. Yes, absolutely. What's USS Liberty all about? Well, when Israel allegedly struck a US Navy ship. TK. It could be the USA is collecting satellite images from all the Iranian ballistic missile sites as they fire, hence Nimitz and the tankers on the way. So USA collecting, yeah, well, US satellites are absolutely involved in all of this. And yeah, co-locating that and knowing where it is for further strikes. Oh no, I've seen I said allegedly, but if you ask the personnel, yeah, they know what happened. Video Stooge says, thought on the accuracy of these hypersonic ICBMs. They don't seem to be the plus minus 500 meters I was told. Look, on these aren't ICBMs. At best, they're IRBMs. But also, a lot of what is being used is oh my God, they're old Scud style missiles that have then been customized to go that far. So they are not accurate. A lot of them break up just in the atmosphere. But the accuracy you hear about ICBMs, like that, the quote, is that's going to be more for like larger state ballistics, like America, Russia, China, whatever. But these ones are less. But 500 meters is still a very long way considering. It is bloody absolutely pissing rain where I live at the moment.
Right. Well, let's have a scroll, see if anything new has then popped up. Say behind the camera, if shit hits the fan, cameraman never dies. Exactly. It's a rule. It's a rule of reporting. We can hear the rain. Yeah, mate, it's hammering down. Nick Sullivan on the PayPal says, what have I missed since the live stream, really? Just tuned in. Hope you're doing well, brother. Hey, Nick, I hope you're doing well. Look, for the last couple of hours, it's been pretty slow. We've just been here, you know, trickling in news. We know a lot of American planes are on their way east at the moment. We presume towards Europe, Middle East, as well as in the very start of the stream, Nick, you missed a lot of bangs, a lot of Iranian ballistics on Tel Aviv and Haifa. Plans to be in New York City? No. I wanted to go to New York, then I looked at the price and I thought, no. New York City is unbelievably expensive. I still need to get onto the roof and fix that bit of what's it called? Oh my god, I've been streaming for way too long. The bit of gutter that overflowed the other day. Lawnmower Man says, I'm surprised Saudi Arabia has been quiet about everything. I wonder what they're doing behind the scenes since they've been very open against Iran getting a nuke. Yeah, the way Saudi Arabia say things versus what they actually do is very, very different, but they're interested in making money and the US is their way to do that. Donnie said, great channel, never came here and heard agendas being pushed, just facts and good chats. Thank you, Donnie. I think we have good chats, and I like to think we push facts as much as we can. I'm not interested in just propaganda. I'm interested in criticising propaganda. Sam J, thank you for the New Zealand donation. You're a goat, Willie. Thanks for the live streams, mate. No worries at all. Live stream is, well, as good as we can make it. Don't forget your blood test. Yes. Tomorrow morning when I'm live, make sure you remind me. I need to go get it as soon as possible. Can't wait to go to Australia scuba diving. Well, I am a licensed scuba diver, so I could go for a dive. I haven't dove in a couple of years, but I'll be right. And remember, all opinions are welcome, just not absolute radical ones or people threatening people in the chat, on the Telegram and wherever else. I think we do have a reasonable space for like not having an echo chamber. Pros Rally sites showing images of the US Embassy. Okay, let me have a look. What sites?
can't find any for the US Embassy yet. Well, as I said, I'll show you. I don't know if there's been any damage to the embassy. They claim there's some. Nigel Travers says, when militants embed among civilians, whose moral duty is it to safeguard non-combatants, the defender, the attacker? Both have a duty to safeguard non-combatants. Both do. If militants are embedded amongst civilians, that doesn't just mean you can completely ignore it. It does not mean that. It means the attacker's doing the wrong thing, absolutely, but it does not mean by any means you can just ignore that there are non-combatants there at all. And you see Western states are completely happy to push that no, that is not okay when that happens in some nations, but not all of them. But not a nations of which they don't support. So, it's hypocrisy. Right, here we go. Aussie Defender just shared, according to this, inside the US Embassy in Tel Aviv. Okay. Oh, sorry. There we go. This is inside US Embassy in Tel Aviv, following Iran's attack. So all in all, considering fairly minor damage. Considering what it could look like. So, yeah. We will continue to see this unfold, guys. Absolutely. The overturned plastic chair we will rebuild. Yeah, that meme's like my favorite after like a storm. Right, still just looking to see if there's any updates for you guys. Thank you guys for all being here, by the way. If you haven't liked the video yet, guys, like the video. We're at 4,614 likes. Maybe pump that up a little bit if you want to. Otherwise, our goal was 4,000, so we killed that. Destroy says, does it frustrate you that channels like DD the Enforcer get more views than you do while just spouting trash to the audience? A lot of channels, mate, just spew absolute trash and have massive followings. But again, that's because people like things that they agree with. It annoys me seeing how much engagement that a lot of channels get that I know are pushing narratives that aren't true. But that's just the way it is, man. I'm not meaning those two specifically. I don't follow them, but I see a lot of it. So yeah, I see all these channels which is just complete nonsense. Like 100 Russian vehicles got destroyed on a train the other day with zero evidence of anything. 500,000 views. Me, really, what I'd consider factual video, 20,000. But yeah. Like Jake Bro is a complete one of that. Of just every video opens with a celebration of thousands of people dead. It's fucking disgusting, man. How many likes until your hunger is satiated? Mate, my hunger is satiated as is. I'm more than happy. I'm not here for numbers, boys. More numbers is nice, though. Alan M asks an inappropriate question about Epstein, or did he? Neither, mate. I'm not some freak weirdo Hollywood pedo. RK says, Russia retreating forwards as we speak. They're out of weapons, bro, in 2022. They were out. We've had very good numbers, boys, this entire stream. So thank you guys very much. I don't watch TV, but streams and videos. It's the way of the world. It's the way the world's going. Yeah, I'd stream more. If I had war to stream like day to day, I would stream every day. But I just don't. Right, boys, we're coming up on 4.5 hours. What is 4 hours and 45 minutes that we've been streaming for, which is a fair bit. Today, we've done a long day of streaming, boys. Yeah, I already hit that spammer. Don't worry. I was a step ahead. Buddy asked, you going to have a Ukraine war video today or Israeli Iran war video? No, there's no video today, man. I haven't had any time. I've been live streaming all day. So, no. I have no time to make a video. Even if I started right now, there's no way I'd have enough time to put it together and upload it and everything. So the live stream is the video for today. Apologies if you're looking forward to an update, but I'll do my very best to make you an update tomorrow. Thanks for the live stream. I'll run it back. Yeah, man, run back the live stream. These live streams are available on my channel. If you ever want to go and watch them, guys, live streams are completely available. And then we'll see in the morning. We'll see what then the morning brings tomorrow. And as we step into the abyss of war, remember with most war, if the leaders who go into war could see what it's like at the end, they would never have stepped into it. Oil is closing at, or not closing, but it's almost $75, which has not been the step that we thought we'd see today. Artas Apelaus, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. thank you guys for all the donations today as well. I really do appreciate that. You guys have been amazing all day with keeping the donations going, so it makes it worth it for me. Going to buy coffees, and I should have ordered Uber Eats, to be honest, but I can't eat anything on Uber Eats. I can only eat meat. But yeah, thanks very much, guys, for PayPal, for the Super Chats, the members. We had a lot of new members, so thanks. That means a lot. As well as sticking around. I don't know if this stream's monetized at all, but yeah, that's awesome. But I am going to light a fire tonight. I have a fireplace in my house, and I've got some new wood, so I'm going to go. Get some firewood, bring it out of my garage, and light a hot fire because it is cold. I've got 2 jumpers on all day. It's freezing. Have you read Democracies and Death Cults? No. That's Douglas Murray's new book, Democracies and Death Cults. I haven't read it. I would have ordered it until I saw him on Joe Rogan podcast, and sorry, I'm not interested, Douglas. Yeah. One podcast that ruined credibility. David, welcome to level 2, Average Willie. Thanks, Davo. P. Quicksilver, how have I been? I've been well, bro. Lettuce burger and mayo and bacon. Yeah, that's basically my diet. But I feel good. You wouldn't think it goes against everything you're taught about. Everything you're taught about nutrition, keto goes the exact opposite of. Like, don't eat red meat and this and that and cholesterol and butter and all this shit. Then you eat keto and you feel really good. Right. So I'm trying to react to something. Well, legends, I hope that you are having a great day. I hope you've had a good time. We just reached 4 hours and 30 minutes. So look, I think that's probably going to be nearing the end of the stream for us today. We've had a very successful stream. So if there's anything else, if there's any last super chats or anything else, send them through now. Otherwise, I will be taking off and then monitoring the situation on my Telegram, which you should come and join. You can find the Telegram link in the description of most videos. So go and find that. Are you going to turn the death of Europe into TP? TP. I don't know what TP is, Alan, but thank you. So if there's anything else, you can go watch this back. You can watch the other ones back as well. The very beginning of this, there was a lot of strikes. So, yeah. Thanks again. Now, tomorrow morning, guys, early in the morning, we will be streaming again, probably streaming the majority of the day. And Alex says, you're the man, have a Coke Ziz on me. Thank you, Alex. Right. Legends, thank you for the 4 hours, 31 minutes. The 4,750 likes exactly. Actually, no, 4,752. Right. Feel free to watch these back. Anything else? I'm going to be on the way out. Lil just got home. So I'll be off the stream, but I'll monitor it. And if things start happening, legends, I will come back online. Easy. Righto. Legends, thanks again for your support. I'll speak to you, probably tomorrow. Okay.